It's going to take a little bit of time to wake up here, ladies and gentlemen, but nonetheless, your boy is excited to go through and get this live stream going. We actually have football today, which we should see some good game. It's not like the Thursday night game we just had to witness, because I'm sorry, I don't really classify the Bears-Panthers as football. Like I already told you, I watched Interstellar on Thursday night. I did not watch that game, but we got some good games today. Now, a couple different things. Josh Downs is active for Week 10. Demario Douglas is active for Week 10. While these guys have some upside, right? Like, by no means am I coming out here and saying, oh, yeah, you need to start these players. I mean, their borderline starts as is. I really hope Josh Downs goes out there and crushes it. I mean, we drafted a ton of Josh Downs. But the borderline starts, and on top of that, I mean, if they are banged up in the slightest, I think that you can go through and you can make the argument, we probably should just be moving on. Probably should just be benching them. Now, outside of that, T.J. Hawkinson is going to be expected to play this week, ladies and gentlemen. And the Bengals are hopeful that Jamar Chase will play today as well. They're essentially going to go through and test him out, see if he's going to go pregame, and we'll figure out then. It's nice that he plays at noon, right? So we are going to get that clarity when we need it. But I don't necessarily think that there are too many other injury updates here. Like I said, going to take us a little bit of time to wake up, ladies and gentlemen. But nonetheless, let me pull up these questions here. And as I do this, let me remind you, if you somehow have not done so already, hit that like button. I mean, today is day 199 of live streaming every single day in a row. You better believe we are going to make it to 200. 300, that seems a little bit more questionable. But 200 is in the cards. 200 will happen. So go down there, hit that like button. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, do it today. Now, our first question coming out from CR says, PBR Dell or Addison? If you look at the underdog pick'ems this week, they are going to say Tank Dell, and they are say it's not going to be close. I kind of want to say Jordan Addison now that we have confirmation that you have no Justin Jefferson. The reality of the situation is it's really up to you. I don't necessarily think you can go wrong one way or another. I think Jordan Addison's a much better player. Tank Dell's in the much better passing environment. So really it is just going to be up to you here, my friend. And also, do I drop the Browns defense to stream the Steelers defense? I like the Browns playoff matchups, but I need a win this week to secure the bye. We actually had a similar question to this last night, where there's another team that didn't want to play the Browns defense, yada, yada, yada. So I looked, I was like, okay, we drop this defense, even if it's one of the better defenses in the NFL. If you look at the next few weeks, no, you need to have the Pittsburgh Steelers. You need to have the Cleveland Browns defense. I mean, if you wanted to drop like a backup wide receiver to go pick up the Steelers defense for this week, I wouldn't fault you in doing so whenever you have the Browns going up against Baltimore. Just please do not drop the Browns defense. Going forward, some of their matchups, I mean, we'll have them as like a top 2 defense of the week. Now, Abraham says, Happy BR, do I trade Kamara for Bijan and Nico? Happy BR format, we would be a little bit less excited about Alvin Kamara than we would be in a full PPR league. With that being said, I personally have Kamara as a mid RB1. I have, I believe, 2 spots higher than Bijan Robinson in our rest of season rankings for running backs. I don't necessarily know if Nico Collins is going to bridge the gap there. Then we probably keep Alvin Kamara, as crazy as that sounds. I mean, when I say that, I just have to publicly say that. Me personally, I go Bijan Robinson or Kamorans, you know. But Nico Collins is only averaging like 4 targets per game over the past month. 5 targets per game over the past 4 games. So it's like Nico Collins is a locked and loaded wide receiver 1. Now, Machu, happy to see you. Long time member of the Flexes. Good morning, Mason. Full BBR for the Flex. Hopkins, Godwin, Kirk, or Stevenson. Thanks, my man. Have a good one. Appreciate you. Probably going to go Stevenson. I mean, you have the reception volume, consistently going to get there with 4 to 5 targets per game. I mean, so that is going to give you the floor. And on top of that, we know that he does have somewhat high ceiling based on what we saw this past week. In reality, even if we're not super excited about him, he's probably the guy that we have to go with. Now, Josh says, can't decide full BBR. We're going to go Kenneth Walker or Amari Cooper. We're going to go Kenneth Walker relatively easily. Kenneth Walker as one of the better matchups of the week. Amari is one of the worst matchups of the week. Will says, standard 10-team league, which two? JSN, Amari, and Kirk. We will go Amari and Kirk. Not a super big Amari guy. Like I said, we'll start Kenneth Walker over him. If you look at Las Vegas implied team totals, right now, you actually have the Cleveland Browns with the second lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. It is not a spot where you want to be playing anybody going up against Baltimore. The passing volume should be incredibly low here. However, if we're looking at Amari versus JSN, Amari is just going to have a significantly higher floor when it comes to his targets, where you probably have to play him. D. Porter says, Sub Mason, need a flex, happy BR. Boyd or Brian Robinson, thanks and enjoy the games today. Appreciate you, my friend. We are going to go Brian Robinson under the assumption that you do have, and of course, could be wrong here, but under the assumption that we are going to be getting Jamar Chase good to play. If you have no Chase and no Higgins, then I think you can pivot over to Tyler Boyd. Anthony says, Breece Hall, Aaron Jones, or Bijan Robinson. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my man. I mean, here, I think we are going to go ahead and we'll play Breece Hall this week. Hall has the usage in the red zone that Bijan Robinson doesn't. I think both running backs are kind of in similar spots. I would say Bijan's in the better offense. Breece Hall has the better workload. Rest of season, these guys are relatively close for me. However, if we look at these players right now, I think that it would be hard to get away from just going through and starting the guy that's producing at this moment. Now, Joshua says, in a bind due to injuries and bye, need an emergency flex. Michael Wilson, Quentin Johnston, Shakir, Shaheed, or K. Dotton are my options. Ooh, yeah, this is not an exciting spot, my friend. I hate to say this, but I probably go ahead and play Quentin Johnston. As crazy as that sounds, I mean, obviously Quentin Johnston has given you legitimately nothing, and I repeat, nothing this year. I'm not really expecting that to change. If it was going to change, I don't know. Maybe it's in a game that should be the highest scoring game of the week. And at the same time, you have no Mike Williams as well as no Joshua Palmer. See, I think we're going to go ahead. I think we are probably going to take Johnston. Now, TB says, happy BR flex, Pop Douglas, Watson, or JSN. I'm going to go JSN. I think Douglas is a borderline play as is. Then you tack on the fact that this is someone that you're now going to have to deal with him dealing with a nagging injury today. Really not much interest in having to deal with something like that at all, if I'm going to be honest with you. Now, Go says, Flock, need a win this week. Is it fair to give up Kupp for Josh Jacobs? I think it is fair. Of course, Jacobs already threw his bye, so you're going to get the extra game. So if you're telling me, Mason, I'm 3-6 and I am desperate to get points in this lineup right now, then you can go ahead and you can make the deal if you really wanted to. Now, Jose says, keeper league, trade Hollywood in a third for Bijan, Higgins in an eighth. So obviously, this is going to be a league where we are getting the side that we would like in the short term. Long term, maybe a little bit different depending on where we get to keep Bijan and T. Higgins. I mean, if this is a dynasty league, then hell yeah, we're doing this. No brainer. When people say keeper league, it's like very awkward because, oh, okay, are we keeping one player? Are we keeping 10 players? If you're keeping like 10 guys, then of course we go ahead and make this play. However, if you only keep, say, one option, then we're probably not super, super excited about it. Just because if you only keep one guy, probably not keeping Bijan, probably not keeping Higgins because you took Bijan round one. Overall, though, I think it probably helps you this year, and it doesn't seem like too large of a price to pay. So I probably will make that deal, my friend. Cray says, no question, just love. Thanks for killing a flock. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for stopping by this early to spread some love. Appreciate you. Now, Durag says, 10-team full BBR, 4-5. We have Burrow, Tyreek, Lamb, Deontay, Scary Terry, Rice, Shaheed, Pacheco, Khalil Herbert, Kenneth Walker, Algier, Pierce, Hunt, Kyron, Evan Ingram. Any moves? So, I mean, we have the elite level wide receivers at the top. We have a quarterback we're really excited about. Running back, we're not in a great situation until Kyron Williams comes back. The only thing that I would say is if you get an opportunity after this week where if Kenneth Walker goes out there and crushes the Commanders, similar to what we just saw this past week, I think that we would go ahead and at that point, I think that we would say it probably makes sense to see if we can sell like Scary Terry and Kenneth Walker to go get a long-term upgrade at running back. Obviously, that's a move that you're making after this week. Knowing that we are going to have Tyreek and Lamb already through their respective buys. We'll have Deontay Johnson back from his injury as well. Maybe Rice expanding his role in the long term. If we can go out there and take the wide receiver depth, get a running back upgrade, I think that would make a lot of sense. Carson, happy to see us as play an injured Chase, Deontay Hollywood, or Addison. If Chase plays, we play Jamar Chase here. Going to keep it that simple. If he doesn't, we probably end up going Deontay Johnson if it's a full PPR league. Now, Domo says was offered Bijan and Deontay for Montgomery and Hopkins. What are your thoughts? Okay. Give me Bijan over Montgomery. Deontay Hopkins are up to you. So operating under the assumption it's a full PPR league where Bijan Robinson is the best playoff schedule of any running back in fantasy football, I am going to go ahead. I will take Bijan Robinson here, my friend. Now, dab my Corona. Happy to see us. Says, going to the Hawks game today, baby. Have fun. I've yet to go to an NBA game this year. After the football season, I probably will go see Wemby. I was a fan of an NBA team. I mean, I was a fan of the Spurs back in the day, and I know you're not supposed to say this out loud. I actually think that teams would be better, and I think overall sports would be better if there were more fair weather fans. You have to earn my fanship, earn my support. I'm not just going to give it to you unconditionally because my dad was a Detroit Lions fan for 40 years, so I'm going to root for the Lions losing for 40. No, I'll come around when you start winning again. Obviously, that's just an example. But now that we have something to root for in San Antonio again, your boy will be back at a Spurs game. We got to go see Wemby. Now, Mike says, Sub Mason, who are we going to start? Full BBR single flex. Pittman, Adams, JT Montgomery, Javonte JSN, Judy, Connor, Quentin. Running back, we're going to go JT Montgomery. Flex, we're going to go Javonte. I think Connor, we can at least wait a week to see what he is going to look like. Like, no harm in just waiting a week to see James Conner. And then for wide receiver, we for sure play Michael Pittman in one of the slots. And then in wide receiver 2, not super excited about it, but we are going to go Davante Adams. It will be a brutal matchup for Adams, however. Ray says Johnston, Charbonnet, or Irwin for the second flex spot. Chase misses. We're going to go with the Cincinnati receiver. Chase plays. We'll go Zach Charbonnet. If you look at the underdog pick'ems right now, you have Zach Charbonnet hovering around, I believe, like 46.5 total yards. And you have Quentin Johnson at about 30. Now, Arctic Chill says full BBR, Garrett Wilson or James Cook in a flex. I'm going to go Garrett Wilson. We never got confirmation if Fournette's playing tomorrow night or not. Obviously, James Cook, great spot. And, I mean, it looks like Leonard Fournette may not play, right? And if Leonard Fournette's not playing, then I think you should be excited about James Cook. But with that being said, you just have a much higher floor with Garrett Wilson. Like, if you look at Garrett Wilson's underdog pick'em this week, I'm actually going to be taking the fewer than on 9.5 targets. But ultimately, they do have the guy at 9.5 targets. 67.5 total yards. So, I mean, that's a spot that I want to be going through and saying you have to start him, especially in a full PPR league. And, of course, if you wanted to get the more than less than half a total yard for Garrett Wilson on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and that Garrett Wilson special pick on more than less than half a total yard. Let's move this over. And Anthony says, Della Ridley. Feeling a get-right game from Ridley. Thank you for all the hard work, Mason. Appreciate you, my friend. And yeah, if Nico Collins were to have played, I think I would have said, yeah, let's go ahead and let's take Calvin Ridley. But with no Nico Collins, I think you have to play Tank Dell with him most likely being a better passing offense with less competition. Now, Neurologic says, Morning Mason, love the channel. Grind set recognized. Appreciate you. Lamar over Stroud today, starting Dell and Flowers either way. If it is a 6-point passing touchdown format, I think you have an argument to be made to go ahead and just start CJ Stroud. However, if it is a 4-point passing touchdown league, I'm going to go with the rushing upside. I'm just going to take Lamar Jackson. So I do think that your format matters here a considerable amount. Trying to think if there's anything we can use as a tiebreaker. No, I think that's how it is. Now, DJ Nelson says, sit 2 out of Barkley, Henry, or Madre, Evans, Pittman, and Dell. Would you start Stroud over Lamar considering the matchup? As we were saying, 6-point passing touchdown format, yes, go Stroud. 4-point passing touchdown league, go Lamar. Also, Dobbs over Geno. Geno, beautiful matchup. So I actually probably go Geno this week with no Jefferson. And then out of Barkley, Henry, Madre, Evans, Pittman, and Dell, probably going to end up having to bench Mike Evans and Tank Dell. Then we have to play all the running backs and play Michael Pittman, especially with Josh Downs banged up. Nate says, 14-team BBR 3-5. Traded Lamb, Pierce, Flowers for Ayuk and Bijan. Lamb to Ayuk, big time downgrade. Pierce and Flowers to Bijan, big time upgrade. It's a 14-team league, so the depth's going to matter a little bit more. Need to get wins 4 out of 5 on Bijan Pacheco bye. I play Warren. Okay. The Keenan Walker deal for Pacheco Monra, I'm fine with. I like that one more than the first one. My only hesitation is with this being a 14-team league, with that first deal making a 3-for-2 type trade. We're the ones selling the depth. The depth's going to be harder to come by in a 14-team league. So I don't know how excited we are to do so, especially if you look at Bijan Robinson. Like, Bijan Robinson is, of course, a running back that I like. Hook 'em horns. I'm very biased. But a big reason why we like him is he has a beautiful fantasy football playoff schedule. The number one playoff schedule you're going to find. However, you're 3-5. We shouldn't really be worried about that, right? If we're 3-5, we should be more so worried about winning games right now. Carson says, we Europe fans love these games. It'll be 3:30 p.m. Thank you for letting me know. And that is, I guess it is nice if you have a game at 3:30 in Europe and then the main slate of games come on at 7, right? Or around there, 7:30. So like if you can bait like the European viewers into watching like the Europe game at 3:30, and then it just rolls right into the 7:30 prime time for them, that is. Jonathan says, start downs in a non-PBR where he's limited. Or thinking about picking up Kyle Phillips and dropping Ty Chandler. Higgins out, hasn't been. I think you start Josh Downs, especially non-PBR format. I would be worried with him being limited. With him, primarily, you're banking on receiving volume as well. However, with that being said, I still think we start him in this range. This range we do. Carson says, I'm a mother flocker. Can I get a hat to Norway? I am sorry. It is very difficult to do that. It is much easier said than done shipping to Europe, as we've learned the hard way. Hopefully down the road, yes. As of now, not right now. Not during this season when we got a lot going on, my friend. I'm sorry. Now, Big Teach, longtime member of the flock, always happy to see us, says 6-3, 12-team full BBR. Hurts and Kyler, Madison, Singletary, Wilson, DeMarcado, Charbonnet, Chase Olave, Pickens, Jason Shaheed, Jonnu Smith, who to start. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, my man. We're going to go with Singletary, Madison at running back. We're going to go with Chase Olave, wide receiver. We're going to go Pickens in the flex, Kyler at quarterback. And then after this week, I think it would be a good spot if our trade deadlines hasn't already passed. If we can go ahead and if we can possibly send Kyler Murray in a package with one of the running backs to get an upgrade there for the long term once we get Jalen Hurts back through his bye. Now, Drafted Joe Montana says, good morning, full BBR. Starting Metcalf, Deontay, Logan Thomas. Do I take a -3, bench my tight end, and start Addison or Flowers? Okay, I remember you talking about this format, which I just love, right? It's Logan Thomas -3 versus Jordan Addison. I'm sorry, it's Logan Thomas +3 versus Jordan Addison. Curtis Samuel's good to go, so I think you have slightly fewer targets going in the direction of Logan Thomas. I probably go Jordan Addison -3 versus Logan Thomas. Now that we have no Jefferson. I just love this format, though. Honestly, this is something that I think a lot of people should look to implement. The pacifier coming out, long-time member of the flock. I used to say the Pacificer. I'm an idiot. But Judy, Quinn, Johnson, Noah Brown, go flock. Appreciate you. We are going to go Jerry Judy. Obviously, not nearly as excited about Jerry Judy as you once were. But, if you just get some realistic expectations for these guys from the Underdog Pick'ems currently. You have Quentin Johnston sitting at 30.5 receiving yards, I believe. They have Quentin Johnson at 31.5 receiving yards. Whereas if you look at what you have with Jerry Judy, Jerry Jeudy, on the other hand, sitting at 51.5, you know. So they'd have Jeudy as that guy with a significantly higher projection. Nick coming out, thank you, says 12-team double flex PPR 5 and 4. We have Hurts, Kyler, Geno, CMC, Eckler, Swift, Moss, DJ Moore, Laporta, Hollywood, Amari, London. Start, drop, which quarterback? Singletary's available in my league. Pick up and start over London. Any thoughts? Much love, brother. Appreciate you. Full PPR format. You can go London over Singletary. It is going to be very close. I think we're going to drop Geno, start Kyler. Honestly, maybe I'd rather have Geno for this week, but it would be marginal if that were to be the case. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Kyler has so much more long-term upside. CMC, Eckler will be our running backs. Our wide receivers, we are going to be going with DJ Moore. I'm assuming who we already played. Hollywood Brown. And then for our flex, we are going to be going with DeAndre Swift. And then Amari Cooper over London, to be honest with you. I mean, I understand the thought process there where Amari just has the worst matchup you can ask for going up against the Baltimore Ravens. But I would still have a hard time going through and, I don't know. I'd have a hard time playing London when the passing volume is just so inconsistent there. Now, Dan says, my dude, 2 out of 3. Connor, Dotson, Pop Douglas. Much love, Mason. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go Connor and Dotson. I'm going to be benching Douglas because I think he's a borderline start as is. And now that he is dealing with an injury here, I am just not excited about it. O'Breezy says traded Kamara, Johnston, Ridley for Jacobs, London, Pittman. So Kamara to Jacobs, up to you. Johnston to London, give me London. Ridley to Pittman, give me Pittman. Yeah, so I like the deal. I think it does depend on if it's like a full BBR format, if it's non-BBR league, because obviously that dramatically impacts the value you're getting with Kamara. Gary says RB1 JT, RB2 James Conner, and then the flex is White. Are we going to go with Ayuk or Christian Kirk? I think what I would rather do is play White at RB2 and then play Brandon Ayuk in the flex over James Conner. As if I'm looking at James Conner, while this is a running back that we're excited about, can't hurt to see him his first week back in before we have to start him. So I would love to go JT, White, and Brandon Ayuk. And if that's not the case, we will go Ayuk. I mean, if you're just asking about the receivers, we'll go Ayuk over Kirk. Jaggy says start 2 for wide receiver in a flex. Pickens, Judy, or Zay Flowers. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Judy and Flowers. Flowers hasn't been great, of course. Flowers is in a very tough matchup as well. So I do understand if you were wanting to move off of Zay Flowers here. Okay. Now, Bartek says, good morning, man. PB, are we going to go Kittle or McBride? Good morning. And we are going to go Kittle over McBride, even though I do think that we should lower our expectations with Kittle now that we have Deebo Samuel back in. Now, no inscripts says, hey, Mason, we have a few buys in Higgins out. Who do I start between Flowers, Boyd, and Watson? If Jamar Chase does not play, we are going to go Tyler Boyd. If Jamar Chase does play, I think we are going to go ahead and start Zay Flowers, even if Flowers is not in a great spot overall. Okay, find our next question here. Trustlock says Pittman or Swift rest of season, and then trades for Puka. I would rather have Swift over Pittman rest of season. I just think that that running back production will be much harder to come by. And if you were looking at wide receivers in the Puka range going forward, I think you have to look at Puka as that high-end wide receiver 2. It's what probably always should have been the expectation with cut back in. And if you wanted to send Pittman for Puka, I do think you can do it if you really wanted to. Habby says, full BBR flex, James Cook, Ford, or JSN. We will go James Cook here relatively easily with how good the matchup is going up against the Denver Broncos. Now, Tommy says, good morning, full BBR. We need 2 out of 3. Metcalf, Flowers, Myers. We're going to go Metcalf, Myers, even if I'm not excited about Myers given the matchup. But with that being said, you're not excited about Flowers' matchup either. And in a half BBR format, are we going to go Ford or Gibbs? For sure, we're going to go Jahmyr Gibbs. In my mind, Jerome Ford's not startable going up against Baltimore. And with Gibbs, I'm still expecting him to have a role as a receiver. Even if Montgomery obviously is going to get more and more in the red zone. Now, Brazy says, Etienne, Mixon, or Kamara for a touchdown. If I was betting on a touchdown here, I'd probably go Joe Mixon. You're saying death taxes in CMC for sure. Yeah, CMC's getting the touchdown. But if it's even odds, I'd probably go Mixon. I mean, if we look at what you have on Underdog right now, they have Travis Etienne at even odds for a touchdown currently. Yeah, more than less than half a total touchdown. If we're going to go ahead and look at what we have with Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is the same. Whereas I believe you maybe get a little bit of juice with the Kamara one. No? At Kamara, they don't have a touchdown lineup. Dan says Seahawks or Washington, or Niners defense. I feel like the Seahawks defense is a trap with how it's been playing. Sam Howell can still be giving you a ton of passing volume while giving opposing defenses a ton of fantasy points, right? Especially when it comes to the sacks. So I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to take the Seahawks defense, even if the Niners defense obviously is the best out of the group. The Seahawks are favored by like 6 points in this game, you know? So I think we listen to Vegas sportsbooks. MVS says, in a pinch, Jameson, Juju, or Noah Brown. We will go Noah Brown with no Nico Collins over these guys. Now, Livid says, I mean, if you look at Jameson, like, look at the expectations on Underdog here. I know you're not saying that Jameson Williams is an exciting start, but if you think it's crazy that I'm telling you to go Noah Brown over him, I just want to point this out and try to give some realistic expectations on what you're going to have with Jameson Williams this week. Jameson Williams, they have for more than less than 1.5 receptions, 16.5 receiving yards. It's like, I do not think that you're in a spot where you can be interested in him really at all. Now, Livid says, flex Montgomery or Dotson. We're for sure going to go Montgomery. And then Schultz or Kincaid. I think Schultz is in a great spot with no Nico Collins. Still probably go Kincaid over him, however. Cam says, hey, Mason, please help me set the lineup. We need 2 running backs, 3 receivers, and a flex. London, JSN. Downs, Kincaid, Madison, Brees, Connor, Chase, Olave. So our 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Brees and Madison this week, Connor long-term. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase, Olave, London. The flex will go with James Conner. And then, yeah, I would love to start Dalton Kincaid if we can. Honestly, I would start Dalton Kincaid in the flex over James Conner. I never want to start a tight end in the flex spot. That is one of those situations where you may not be able to get away from it, though. Now, Limit Lose says, start 3 full BBR. Brees, Cook, Gibbs, Stevenson. We essentially have to bench one of these players. I think that James Cook is the easy bench. If Leonard Fournette's playing and it's going to be a 3-man committee. If Fournette is not playing, however, and he has the great matchup going up against Denver, you possibly bench Gibbs. It is a tough spot. I would please let me know in the live chat. Let's wait and let's try to get an answer here because nobody's had an answer for me. I can't find anything on Twitter. spam the chat. Is Leonard Fournette playing on Monday night? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. And also, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we have live streamed every single day since April. Not missed a day in 199 days in a row. Not missing a day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Garrett Wilson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. So looks like nobody has a solid answer on Lenny here. And I'm not saying, if Leonard Fournette plays, then James Cook is the backup. Of course not. What I am saying, if Leonard Fournette plays, it does really change this from being a 2-man running back by committee to potentially a 3-man running back by committee, right? So I do think that's a very important thing to be looking at with this question. Vince says, hey, Mason, Gabe Davis or JSN in a half PPR format? Probably end up going JSN given the matchup he has. Mike says, full PPR, flex Douglas, Johnston, Kirk. Also, Montgomery or Aaron Jones. Love the live. You helped me win 3 weeks in a row, 8-1. Hell yes, my man. Congrats. We're going to go with Christian Kirk in the flex. And then also between Montgomery, Aaron Jones. If it was a non-PPR format, I would go David Montgomery with his offense being higher scoring. However, with it being a full PPR format where the receiving is going to matter here, I think we actually probably end up going ahead and playing Aaron Jones. Now, Twisted Folk says full PPR for the flex. Chase, Hollywood, Gibbs. We're going to go Chase if he plays, Gibbs if he doesn't. I could see each of them having a big or disappointing week. Chase feels obvious, but I'm nervous. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. And I understand, yeah, you got to be nervous with Jamar Chase a bit, but still, in my mind, at the end of the day, he's Jamar Chase, right? So I'm still going to go ahead and I'm going to play him. Daniel says, have BBR 10-team league. Shaheed, JSN, or Watson today. I'm going to go JSN with a great matchup against Washington. By no means do I think he's like a must-start guy, but still over these guys, I think so. And then must-win mode, trade away Puka for DK or Evans. Flock up. Appreciate you. If DK gets into your starting line immediately, which he would with this question, and you're telling me, Mason, I'm 3-6 and can't afford another loss, I'm fine with you making that play because he's already through his bye week and we're going to get the extra week out of him. That pretty much would have to be the exact situation we are in, though. Now, Edwin says trade Lamar for Bijan and Russ. It's a 2 QB double flex league. We have Hurts, Lamar, Kamara, Kyron, Ramondre, Cook, Chase, London, Addison, Dell, Watson. 1 quarterback format. Obviously, we do this and we don't think twice. However, with this being a 2 QB league, I probably go ahead and just keep Lamar Jackson. Now, Toxic Mix says, was offered Howell and Dell for Puka last week. While I'm rolling with CJ, felt like not enough. Did I make a mistake? It's half PPR format. I mean, I was the guy all at the beginning of the year screaming to sell Puka. Right or wrong? Probably wrong. But with that being said, I mean, if I was to sell Puka, you need a better price point than this, right? I mean, I understand Hal has the blow-up spot. I understand that Dell has the Nico Collins injury where he looks really appealing right now. But no, I think that you would rather go ahead and go Puka here. Now, Dan says 2 questions for you. 5-4, happy BR 10-team league. Need a tight end and a flex between Taysom, Ingram, Godwin, Lockett. Happy BR, we're going to go Evan Ingram, and then we're going to go Chris Godwin. I will say that you do have a much better matchup, however. When it comes to Tyler Lockett. 2, we traded Kamara for Keenan. Love it. Now we have Keenan, Diggs, Puka, Jones, King Henry. Yes, I think that's a good move. As always, thank you, my friend. Really hope that we were able to help you out. And yeah, really wishing you the best of luck today. Margo says Chase or Addison. If Chase plays, Chase. Lawrence or Kyler. Ooh. Really tough spot. Obviously, Lawrence, brutal matchup this week. I still probably go Lawrence just this week. I would rather at least wait 1 week to see what Kyler Murray looks like. Now, the beer guy says, pick 3. We need 2 running backs and a flex between Javonte, Ramondre, Montgomery, and Debo. We're going to go with Ramondre, Montgomery, and Debo Samuel and bench Javonte in a tough matchup. Now, Ronnie says, Colts or Seahawks defense. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go with the Seahawks defense with Sam Howell being at the very top of the NFL in sacks. But Colts do have a great match. You have no idea what's going to happen with the Europe games. There is a tremendous amount of variance. Now, Stig says, start 2, DK, Godwin, Tank, Burrow, Purdy if Chase is out. If you have both no T. Higgins and no Jamar Chase, in that instance, I'm fine going Purdy over Burrow. If Chase plays, we're going to go Burrow. And then between DK, Godwin, Tank, you have to play DK with a great matchup. Godwin, Tank, kind of up to you. Probably go Tank Dell, no Nico Collins, but it is up to you. Nada says, which receiver to start in a full BBR? Douglas, Shaheed, or Gabe? I'm going to go Gabe. Shaheed, very unreliable as well. Like, if you are looking at what do you have with Shaheed? Like, Shaheed spike week came in a game where he had like 3 targets, right? I don't necessarily know how reliable that is going forward. Now, Easy Eddie says, hey, Mason, 1.5 BBR for running backs, 2 for receiver. Long time no see in this format, my friend. Pick 1 from Hollywood, Javonte, Jalen Warren. We are going to go Hollywood. In our league, Warren blew up last week with 45 points with his yards per carry. Oh, if you're getting like points per carry as well, then we go Javonte Williams. If you're going to get like points per carry on top of it, you're going to go with Javonte. If it's just the PBR aspect, we probably want to go Hollywood. Joshua Abbott says full PBR need a strong wide receiver to start. Debo, Dotson, or JSN. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to roll the dice with Debo Samuel in his first week back in here. Really don't have too much reservations in doing so either. Patrick coming out with a donation. Thank you, my friend. And Gatelin says start 2 full PBR. Deontay Ridley, Kenneth Walker. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Kenneth Walker, given the matchup, and between Deontay and Calvin Ridley in a full BBR format, we'll go ahead and we'll go Deontay Johnson coming off a game with 14 targets. Now, Elliot says full BBR, pick 1, DK, Hollywood, Addison, or Dell. This week, we will go DK Metcalf, one of the best matchups you could ask for going up against Washington. Christian says, bro, up 12-team BBR double flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Montgomery, Amari, Taysom, Deontay, Hopkins. And then on the bench, Walker, Jalen Warren, Douglas. Should we change anything? Okay. Yes, I think we should. Down there on the bench, Kenneth Walker is someone that I feel like we need to start. If we're looking at what we have here, we're starting Bijan, Montgomery, Deontay, Hopkins over him. I would take DeAndre Hopkins out. I would put Kenneth Walker in. I understand Kenneth Walker has been horrible the past 2 weeks in very tough matchups. Should be a much better spot this week. Matthew says, how to drop a quarterback? Would you drop Howell or Watson? It's painful to say, but I do think that we would probably go ahead and probably drop Deshaun Watson before Sam Howell, right? I mean, Sam Howell just has so much passing volume. Now, Jonathan has our next question. Let me find this again. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there, hit that like button. We have live streamed every single day for 199 days in a row. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it for us today. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, some of my favorite pick'ems this week. One, I don't mind Rachaad White for fewer than 81.5 total yards, given the tough matchup against Tennessee. But yeah, if you wanted to check any of those out, promo code Flock, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Garrett Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Jonathan says Shakir Spears for the flex. Probably Spears. With the consistent usage he has as a receiver, I think we probably want to go ahead and take Spears here. Now, Thaddeus says, good morning. Need help with the flex between Addison, Mixon, White. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, my friend. I think that now with Joe Burrow fully healthy, you have to start every Cincinnati Bengal that we can, obviously within reason. So yeah, we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Joe Mixon. I mean, Joe Mixon, just ton of touchdown upside in this offense, right? Now, Myro says, please rank these for this week. Sutton, Douglas, Flowers. Appreciate you. Going to go Flowers, Sutton, then Douglas. I understand while Douglas has shown some appeal and maybe we want to get someone in this 8:30 game. In reality, I mean, he is a borderline play as is. It's a game in Europe and he's banged up in a bad offense. So I'm really not that excited about that, my friend. Con says 2 QB league, chase for Jalen Hurts. We have Love and Lawrence at the moment. Honestly, it's a fair deal. I mean, these guys should be valued next to each other in that 2 QB league. Obviously, we need a quarterback. And if we're really strong there, at wide receiver, then yeah, go get Jalen Hurts. Now, Austin says, morning Mason, who would you start at the flex for a full PBR league? JSN, Woods, Downs, Irwin, Shakir, Johnston. Typically, I'd say Downs here, my friend. However, with Downs kind of seeing that same situation as Douglas, right, where it's a Europe game, so there's a little more uncertainty. And on top of that, he's banged up. I think we can just easily avoid that situation. Play JSN, great wide receiver, in a great matchup, right? Not going to act like it's a no-brainer, but I think we do it. Now, Big Breakfast is Ridley or seconds. If you're a contending team, you can go Ridley. I think it's a very fair deal there. DK says, pick one, Jamar, Pittman, or Tank Dell, full PPR. If Jamar plays, we'll go Jamar. If he doesn't, then we'll have to pivot to Tank Dell because obviously we won't know if Jamar's playing by the time we have to make this call, and Pittman will have already played. Jeff says, have PPR pick two, Brian Robinson, Warren, and Jerome Ford. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go with Brian Robinson, and I think we will go Jerome Ford over Jalen Warren. It is very close for us. With that being said, I mean, it is a really tough matchup here. Now, Patrick says PBR 6-3. Baker, Dobbs, Fields, Pollard, Montgomery, Diggs, Ayuk, Godwin, Downs, Ingram, McBride. Trades I should make and then start Ingram or McBride this week. Really tough matchup for Evan Ingram against San Fran. We'll still start Evan Ingram in this range, though. Really, we're just waiting until we get Justin Fields back in. I would say that we can't roster 3 quarterbacks. Probably need to cut either Baker or Dobbs. Whoever you aren't starting is the guy I'm just going to move on from. I think they're about the same. And then this is a team where I would really just want to prioritize adding in some running back depth. So in terms of trades, I'm sorry, my friend, I don't really see anything to do. I think the only move we want to be making here is going ahead, dropping one of the backup quarterbacks and going to pick up another running back off waivers. Elliot says Myers or Boyd this week. If Chase plays, Myers. If Chase misses, Boyd. DK says flex choice, Bijan or Rashad in a full PPR format. If you looked at our flex rankings this week, my friend, you'll see that we have these guys incredibly close, so it is very difficult to make this call. I probably go Bijan Robinson. He does have a better matchup here going up against Arizona than Rachaad White has going up against Tennessee. It's not an easy call by any means, but it's probably the direction we go in. Now, Nighthawk says, need to at PBR. McLaurin, Hopkins, DK, Metcalf, Godwin. I'm playing Kenneth Walker. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go Metcalf, double down on this great matchup against Washington. And then between McLaurin, Hopkins, Chris Godwin, a little bit closer now that Curtis Samuel is good to go, but we still probably go ahead and we still probably take Terry McLaurin. Dustin says start Debo or Addison in the flex. It's a 12-team full PPR format. Oh my gosh. You have no Jefferson. You have a banged up Hawkinson. For that reason, I think we probably want Addison this week, Debo long-term. Chubbs' Farm and says 8-team full PPR. We have Herbert, Kyler, CMC, JT, Barkley, Kupp, Waddle, Debo, Hopkins, Ingram. Should we move Barkley? And if so, for who? I would love to sell Barkley with this team, my friend. I would love to send Barkley and Waddle, Barkley and Debo, and go and get a wide receiver like Chase. I think that would make so much sense. 8-team league, depth's not going to matter too much. We don't really need the running back production here ourselves when we have CMC and JT. Or if you want to see if you could sell like Barkley and Hopkins, Barkley and Debo, and go get up to Austin Eckler, I think that'd make a lot of sense as well. Rob says, morning, my man. Who are we starting in the flex full PPR? JSN or Noah Brown? We'll go JSN. Also starting Goff over Herbert this week. What are your thoughts? Can't go wrong. I think that you could go wrong here. I mean, it's close-ish. I'm going to go Justin Herbert. Herbert's averaged significantly more points so far this season. I believe Herbert's averaged over 20 points per game. GK says, Tank Dell or Deontay, 1 point per 5 receiving yards. I think we probably go Tank Dell in that format with no Nico Collins. Superfish says, non-BBR start Ridley or Deontay. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. Full BBR, it's Deontay, not close. Non-BBR league, it's going to be closer. I think we probably are going to bump up Ridley in a non-PPR league, though. Joey says, total crap, but Heineke or Mac Jones. Thanks, Mace. Appreciate you, my friend. Definitely make sure you're monitoring the Seattle weather, but I think we're most likely going to go Heineke here now that he does have Curtis Samuel and all his weapons. Ali says, start Levis or Joshua Dobbs. So I actually drafted a considerable amount of Levis this year, really rooting for the guy. I mean, he was so damn nice to us at the NFL draft. However, with that being said, I don't know. He just hasn't shown the rushing upside that we are looking for this season. So I probably will actually go ahead and I probably will take Joshua Dobbs over Will Levis. I think we can make an argument that Will Levis is probably the better real-life quarterback. But that probably doesn't translate to fantasy in particular, where obviously we want rushing upside. Now, Isaac says, bench 2. Wilson, Debo, Hollywood, Addison. We need upside. Have to play Wilson. Between Debo, Hollywood, Addison, probably going to end up benching Hollywood Brown here. And then we go Debo and Addison if we're looking for upside. Now, Moss Sampson says, full BBR for the flex. James Cook, Keaton Mitchell, Christian Watson. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you, my friend. Cannot play Keaton Mitchell. For the love of God, don't do it. Tough matchup, and he's in that committee. You are going to go ahead. You will play James Cook here in a beautiful spot against the Denver Broncos. And Connor coming out, thank you, says 12-team full BBR single flex. Who do we play at wide receiver and flex? Jason, Judy, London, Singletary, Watson, and Downs. So our 2 wide receivers, I think we're going to go Jerry, Judy, and JSN. And then for our flex in a full PBR format, we'll go Drake London. If it was a non-PBR format, I think you can make a strong argument, however, to go ahead and just play Devin Singletary. Full BBR league, probably just want to keep the receivers, though, at least in my mind. Combat Cash Club, always happy to see us. Says, good morning, 12-team flex. Gabe Davis or Zay Flowers. Full BBR format, we'll take Zay Flowers, even if he doesn't have the same touchdown upside. Just trying to think through this, but with Flowers, you have more consistent target volume pretty much every week but this last week, right? Now, Jaden says, Noah Brown or Gus Bus, full BBR for the flex. We will go Gus Bus. It's closer because it is a full BBR format where we have no Nico Collins, right? Sierra says, Ogdenson on the snap count, KJ Osborne, and Noah Osborne does this upgrade Addison. Yeah, obviously having a banged up TJ Hawkinson will upgrade Addison. I haven't seen that Hawkinson is on the snap count though, so let me go ahead and pull this up. Let's see if we have any more injury news than we did previously when we went live. So nothing from this source. Let's look up TJ Hawkinson, see if we find anything. See, Ed Werder saying Hawkinson to play against the Saints, still affected by his rib oblique injury. Won't play as many snaps as normal, but will be on the field in key situations. Osborne is unlikely to play despite clearing concussion protocol. Coach, player decision. Yeah, so if you're looking at this, does look like Hawkinson will be on the snap count. You'll have no KJ Osborne. So 100%, I agree. I think we have to bump up Addison in that instance. Now, Ali says, star 1, Geno, Watson, Levis, Dobbs, Carr. I'm going to go Geno Smith, given the matchup. I think if Hawkinson's still this injured, we probably do move down Joshua Dobbs just a bit, right? Just a bit. Fact says, full BBR, Moss or Devin Singletary. Going to go Devin Singletary with no Dameon Pierce. Last week, I was telling everybody to bench Singletary just because I thought he was going to possibly be in a committee with Mike Boone. Mike Boone really didn't have a role. It was really all Singletary. Now, of course, that being said, Singletary didn't really produce. But, I mean, I think he did give you confidence in the snaps that he played going forward. So even if he didn't work out last week, I'm more excited to play him this week than I was last week, to be honest with you. Okay. Now, JD says Dak already played Thielen, Hollywood, CMC, Mixon, Laporta, Montgomery. And then on the bench, Pittman, Jay Williams, Connor. Any suggestions? I think, yeah, you do need to mix this up here, my friend. I think you need to go through and play Pittman over Hollywood Brown, especially if we have a banged up Josh Downs. Now, with that being said, Downs is going to be playing here. But I do think you want Pittman over Hollywood. Now, Akil Glass says 10-team PPR single flex. Are we starting Aaron Jones or Bijan at the flex spot? So Aaron Jones did play over 50% of the snaps this past week. They are 3-point dogs against Pittsburgh here. I think we probably will go ahead and take Aaron Jones. I do need to be on record, though. Hookham Lawrence, still like our guy, but yeah, we'll go Aaron Jones over Bijan. Joshua says, trade Hockenson with Jefferson back soon. K-Dot's my other tight ends. If you wanted to pivot from Hockenson and instead go over to maybe like Dalton Kincaid, I think you can do that if you want. If you could pivot over to Laporta, do that if you want. I'm going to want a top 5 tight end in return, though. Price says, have BBR start 2. Kirk, Hollywood, Gus, Montgomery. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go David Montgomery for damn sure, and then probably Christian Kirk. Long term, however, I think we can go ahead and take Hollywood. I just kind of want to see how this offense looks before we have to make that call. Joe says, if Chase is out, McBride or Brian Robinson for the flex. We're going to go Brian Robinson. Gatlin says, you think Devontae Adams will bounce back today? It is a brutal matchup. Like this matchup against the Jets, if you look at his underdog pick 'em right now, underdog has him at 5 receptions, 55 receiving yards, you know. So it is a very tough spot to start these Raiders wide receivers. So I think he can bounce back. This would be a tough matchup to do so in. Now, King says, full BBR, what running back starts? Barkley, White, James Cook. We're going to go with Barkley and White, even with Barkley having a brutal matchup here. Mitchell says, full BBR, Noah Brown, Irwin, or Rondale Moore. If Chase misses, we'll go Irwin. If Chase plays, we'll go Noah Brown. Mikey B says, PBR, we need one. Flowers, Warren, or Rondale Moore. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Zay Flowers, even if he's coming off a game with only 1 target. And at the same time, it's a very tough matchup going up against a pretty good Browns defense. Joey says, PBR, Deontay Ridley, Hollywood, Montgomery. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Full BBR format, I think you can make a stronger argument to go with Deontay Johnson. I still probably go David Montgomery with how good this offense is, with how good this offensive line is. But if you wanted to go Deontay, not going to fault you in a PPR league. Elijah says full BBR Myers or Amari. Both wide receivers, brutal matchups. Amari does have less competition though, so I will go with Amari over Myers. And I think he has a better quarterback. Jared says, got a last minute trade offer last night. 5-4 full BBR. The team is Cook, Eckler, Chase, Amon-Ra, Dotson, Watson. Was offered Henry and Olave for Cook and Amon-Ra. We have Tajee on the bench as a handcuff. So Amon-Ra to Olave, give me Amon-Ra, not close. Cook to Derrick Henry, give me Derrick Henry, not close. It's a pretty tough spot, my friend. I think I would rather have the best player in the deal when it's this close. I think I would rather just go through and I'd rather just take Amon-Ra St. Brown. But Kyle coming out, thank you, says, need 2, 2, and 1. Bijan, White, Jones, Montgomery, Brees. We are going to be going Brees and Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, Olave, Lamb, Devontae. We're going to go Lamb and Olave, given the brutal matchup for Devontae Adams. Quarterback, Russ, Kyler, Purdy. We will go Brock Purdy this week. Yeah, over to Deshaun Watson as well. Long term, I think we can make an argument for Kyler. I would just rather see Kyler before we have to play him. And then for our flex spot, I think we're going to go back over to the running back position. And I think we'll probably end up playing either David Montgomery or Bijan Robinson. Probably play Montgomery in the flex. I mean, in that with Montgomery, even if you will have Jahmyr Gibbs with the receiving down role, he is still in a top offense. And at the same time, I mean, he's still running behind one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Now, Phenom says, hey, Mason, playing the league leader this week. What are your thoughts on the starters? Jacobs, Ford, Lamb, Evans, Schultz. Flex options, JSN, Shakir, Devin Singletary. Full PPR format, I think you make a strong argument for JSN over Singletary. If it was a non-PPR league, I think you make an argument for Singletary. Really like it. The only hesitation that I have here is if you are looking at what we have specifically with Jerome Ford, this is a running back that I am not excited about. Jerome Ford, the toughest or one of the toughest matchups this week going up against Baltimore. He's going to split the backfield at the same time. I believe this offense has the second lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. So it's not an easy spot. Now, Fact says full BBR, Jason Adams or Gus Edwards. Full BBR, we will go Devontae Adams. I do want to reiterate, though, we are probably too high on Devontae Adams in our rankings this week and probably need to lower him down given matchup. So here says, emergency flex, Shaheed, Dillon, or Dobbs. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. Full BBR format, I think we go with Romeo Dobbs. Cameron says, full BBR, Jason Sutton, or Noah Brown. I will go JSN given the matchup that he has against Washington. It is a little bit of a tougher spot, though. I think it is. LOLG, always happy to see us. Says, hey, Mason, if I told you in the beginning of the season that Montgomery would be 5 times more productive than Bijan, much love. Now, I'm no mathematician, my friends, so keep that in mind. 5 times as productive seems a little bit aggressive here. We sure he's 5 times as productive? But yeah, I mean, obviously, brutal spot for Bijan. Hopefully, he does turn around. Like we said, he does have the best fantasy football playoff schedule of any running back. Now, San Diego says, flex Warren, Singletary, Taysom, McBride. We're going to go Singletary over Warren, and in a full BBR, we're probably going to go Taysom regardless, right? We'll go Taysom over McBride regardless. Even if we would typically rather have the guy guaranteed to get the target volume if it's a full PPR league. Now, Repair Rosie says, standard scoring, 12-team league. I need a wide receiver and a flex. We have Dotson, JSN, Downs, Taysom. We also have Laporta at tight ends. We're going to go JSN and Dotson. I will say Dotson, Josh Downs are very, very close here. My issue and what we would have with John Dotson is the fact that you have Curtis Samuel good to go this week. On the other hand, my issue with Josh Downs is it's a Europe game. He's banged up. So I'd probably go with the healthy player. We'd probably take Dotson. Assuming when you say standard scoring, you mean PPR. Obviously, what standard scoring in today used to mean non-PPR. If it's a non-PPR league, then I think you can go ahead and take Sam Laporta over one of the receivers. I'm sorry, not Sam Laporta, Taysom Hill. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are one like away from hitting 400 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream. Today is day 199 of live streaming every single day in a row. Not going to miss a day until 2024. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Garrett Wilson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard as well. But Rafael says, who should we start at the flex, Montgomery or Kincaid? We will go Montgomery, even if obviously we love Kincaid. Now, Vibe says, Warren Schultz for Pacheco. Starting Laporta. Yeah, if you're starting Laporta, let's go get Pacheco. Jacob says, 14-team PBR, 8-1. Start Pickett, CMC, Kenneth Walker, Allen, London, Ingram, Dallas. And then on the bench, we have Hurts, Myers, Sanders, Samuel, Dotson, Taysom. Who are we going to go with the flex? I think for the flex, we will go Jacoby Myers, even if it is the worst matchup you can imagine. Operating under the assumption that is Curtis Samuel, not Deebo Samuel. If it's Deebo Samuel, then obviously we go Deebo. And then, yeah, for this being a 14-team format, this is a phenomenal team. Congrats, my friend. I mean, clearly there's a reason we are 8-1 here. Now, Matt says, Tank, Calvin, or Amari. Pick two if Chase is out. We'll go Tank, Dell, numero uno option, numero dos option. We will go Amari Cooper. Ethan says, Barkley or Dell. We're going to go Barkley. Don't have hope in Barkley playing at Dallas. Yes, this Giants offense will be the worst offense in the NFL this week. I don't think it's going to be too close either. But you're still going to be playing Saquon Barkley here. Jack says, David Montgomery or Ramondre Stevenson in a half PPR format. Full PPR league, it's relatively non-PPR league, it's relatively easily David Montgomery. Full PPR format, I do think that it is very close here. I think we go David Montgomery almost regardless, though. I mean, David Montgomery, better offense, better offensive line, more efficient running back this season, and more touchdown upside. Anthony says, what's up, Flock? Should we start Hockenson or Kincaid? We're going to go Kincaid with Hockenson banged up for sure. Kyler or Dobbs? We're going to go Kyler with Hockenson banged up. And lastly, should we start Ridley or Tank Dell? With no Nico Collins, I am going to go Tank Dell over Calvin Ridley. If you look at the Underdog Pick'ems this week, they'll say something similar. They currently have Calvin Ridley at 55.5 total yards. And they have Tank Dell currently sitting at, if we can find Tank Dell. Here we go. I believe they have Tank Dell like 63.5 total yards. No, I'm sorry. They have him at 62.5 total yards. So, yeah, they have Tank Dell had him as well. Misa coming out. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you. Drew says, Javonte, Davis, Ingram, or Moss. Pick one to flex. It's a 10-team BBR format. We will go ahead. We'll play Javonte Williams. It looks like he is expanding his role here in Denver. I will say not super excited. It's a tough matchup. Jacob says, is it okay to start Josh Downs this week? It's a double flex league. Josh Downs was my second most drafted wide receiver this season. I am very much hoping that I'm wrong in saying this. But I think you probably do not want to start Josh Downs this week, knowing that he is going up in a Germany game where typically you're going to see more volatility, where we don't really know what to expect. And you're sprinkling on the fact that he is not fully healthy. So I would rather not start Josh Downs, but I very much am hoping that I'm wrong in saying this. Now, Tone Next says, need a running back 2 and a flex full PPR. James Cook, Jalen Warren, Drake London. We're going to go with James Cook and Drake London in a full PPR format. We're going to bench Jalen Warren. With Warren, I do think that he's like Tyler Algier, premium handcuff running back. You can start him if you need to. Probably not excited to do so, however. Okay. Now, user 69 says, sit to full PPR. Ridley, Hopkins, Bijan, and Montgomery. I think we're going to sit both wide receivers. I think you take Bijan, you take David Montgomery, you take the guaranteed touches at running back. So bench the receivers. Anthony says, pick one to start. Downs, Johnston, Pickens. I'm going to go Pickens, despite the fact that I am rooting for Downs. Now, the real Superman says, happy BR, we need a receiver and a flex. Ridley, Adams, Flowers, Jason, Taysom, Gus Edwards, and Alexander Madison. Okay. Our wide receiver this week, I think is going to be very close between Ridley and Adams. You have brutal matchups for both wide receivers. I probably go ahead and take Devontae Adams here. It's not super easy to do so. And then going over to running back, Alexander Madison would be the guy if we're going to start someone with no Cam Akers. But ultimately, we probably still end up just starting both wide receivers. Then we probably start Calvin Ridley and Devontae Adams. Not in love with it, though. Now, Christian says, Ramondre or James Cook in a full PPR format. I'm going to go Ramondre with the possibility that Leonard Fournette plays and turns it into a 3-man running back by committee. I think we just know what we're getting with Ramondre. Nick says, full PPR, Debo or Dell. I'm going to go Dell this week with no Nico Collins. Long term, we probably do prefer Debo, though. Anthony says, now that you mentioned Hockenson being injured, who should we start at wide receiver 2, Ridley or Addison? Based off the reports that we just got, not only that Hockenson is going to be on a snap count, but at the same time that you're not going to have KJ Osborne, I think that you can pivot over, and I think that you can start Jordan Addison over Calvin Ridley. E-Money says, we have a fewer players. Can we start Irwin over Judy? No, I think you do want to go ahead and play Judy there. And Jack says, Amari, Adams, Dell, Olave. We need to start 2. Olave must start guy here between Amari, Adams, Tank, Dell. Crazy to say, and it's something that I'm very hesitant to say because I think we're going to be looking back and laughing at this 5 hours from now. Probably need to play Tank Dell. I mean, at least if we're looking at the projections on Underdog, right? I mean, currently you have Tank Dell at what? 62.5 total yards. And you have Devontae Adams down here sitting at 54.5 or 55.5. So I think it's a brutal spot where you probably end up just having to go ahead and take Tank Dell here, my friend. Probably do. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Garrett Wilson special pick of more than less than half a total yards. Make sure you are taking advantage. Let's move this over. Jacob says, best start if Downs is out. Dell, JSN, or Shakir. I think we will go with Tank Dell. And Downs is playing, but you go Tank Dell. Kyle coming out with the biggest dono of the season. Oh my God. Thank you so much, my friend. Can everybody spam the chat? Thank you, Kyle. W. Kyle. Thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, my man. You know I appreciate you. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to let me know. Yeah. That is awesome. Thank you. I think that is, unless I'm mistaken, out of the 199 days in a row live streaming, I think that is by far and away. I don't say by far and away. I think that is the largest live stream we've had, though. But the largest donation we've had. I think last year, maybe we had one this big. This year, though. Thank you so much, my friend. And Misa says, start 2. Hill or Laporta for tight end. We're going to go Laporta. And then Walker or Pollard. You have to go Pollard. Have to go Pollard. Now, Aaron says, Pittman, Olave, Evans, Chase. Pick 3 in a full PPR format. We're going to go Chase, Pittman, and Olave, and we're probably going to bench Evans, even though Evans, great matchup against Tennessee. Like, I would love to play Evans this week. It's like a tough spot to bench one of these 3 wide receivers. Dylan says, 12-team PPR. Should we trade Deontay for James Conner? I don't know, my friends. Only backup running back we have is Javonte Keaton. Okay, if we have like Keaton Mitchell, so someone we're having to rely upon, then yeah, go ahead and trade Deontay for James Conner. Yeah, the only hesitation I'd say is in a full PPR format, obviously, like the target volume Deontay has. But Ninope says, flex, half PPR, Amari, Singletary, Woods, Moss, Kittle. Not excited about Amari Cooper with this brutal matchup that he has going up against the Cleveland Browns. I'm sorry, against the Baltimore Ravens. Still probably want to go through and start him, though. JJ says, flex, a tight end. I'm sorry, we need a flex, tight end, or an RB2. Ferguson, Ingram, Ford, Montgomery, Shakir. We're going to go Montgomery, RB2, Ingram at tight end. And then between Ferguson, Ford, Shakir, Dobbs at the flex spot, we will go with Jerome Ford. Now, Eno says JSN or Judy. If you look at the Underdog pick'ems, they'll tell you to go ahead and take Judy, which honestly, you should listen to those pick'ems way before you should listen to me. I'm a little bit hesitant on it myself. I think that you have a much better matchup for JSN. But honestly, it is up to you. It is up to you. X-Men says, PBR start 2, Connor, JSN, Watson, Deshaun, or Zach Wilson. We will go to Deshaun Watson over Zach Wilson, even if Deshaun Watson's in the worst spot imaginable. And then Connor, JSN, Christian Watson will go James Conner and JSN. Silent Fist Gaming says, with Hockenson on a snap count, is it still Deontay over Addison? I would say with Hockenson on a snap count and no KJ Osborne, you probably want to pivot to play Jordan Addison over TJ Hockenson. Now, Syndicate says, does Stroud have more upside than Burrow, given they might be playing from behind and Chase is not 100%? I think if you're talking upside, it's very hard to say that anybody has more upside than Joe Burrow. I would still stand by Burrow having more upside than Stroud if Chase plays. If Chase misses and you wanted to pivot to Stroud, I think you can. Okay. Let's move this over. Now, next question coming out from the Notorious One says, should we trade Connor for Swift? Thinking about Russell. Yes, I would rather have DeAndre Swift, my friend. Chris says, happy BR, Lockett, Dell, Adams, or Hollywood for the flex. Probably end up going with Tank Dell. I feel like we're going to regret telling everybody to play Tank Dell this week. I feel like this does seem like it's a reckless call in general. But no, I probably would. Now, Quentin says, need a flex. Flowers, Boyd, or JSN in a full PPR format. If Chase misses, we're going to go Boyd. If Chase plays, it's going to be up to you between Flowers, JSN. I think JSN is more touchdown upside. Flowers is the guaranteed target volume. Drew says, Dell, Adams, Walker. We need to start one, flex one. We're going to go with Dell and Walker. If we had to bench someone here, we would bench Adams in a really tough matchup. Ben's Mafia says, Tua on bye. We're going to play Jordan Love or Deshaun Watson. We will go ahead and play Love over Watson. Cannot play Watson with how bad this matchup is. Now, Syndicate says Ayuk or Dell. Very close, probably Ayuk. Aaron says Jawan or Chig. Let me pull up the target volume these guys have had as of late, at least over the past 3 games. Tennessee Chig has had, on average, about 5 targets over the past 3 weeks. A little bit more. Jawan's been averaging 3 targets. Probably go with the tight end in Tennessee that's going up against the Tampa defense that Dalton Schultz just took down. And at the same time, he's had the target volume as well. Now, Not Lucid says Gabe Davis or Boyd, assuming no Chase. Love you, my friend. If Chase does not play, we will go Tyler Boyd over Gabe Davis. If Chase does not play, that is. Now, Dylan says, one more for you. With me trading Connor, who would you throw in the flex this week? Javonte, Connor, or London? Thanks, brother. Keep it up. Appreciate you, my friend. Full BBR. Actually, we're probably going to go Javonte regardless. We're going to go Javonte regardless. If you are looking at what we have with James Conner, this is a running back that I'm excited about for the long term with. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if we're going to rush out there and start him right this second. I would rather wait and get some clarity on the situation, to be honest with you. Now, Phoenix Lance, always happy to see us, says, Morning Mason, tight matchup this week in a full BBR league. Which one do we sit between Dell, Debo, Deontay? Also, am I crazy for starting Keaton Mitchell over Devin Singletary? Devin gives guaranteed volume, but he looks so bad this week. I think you are crazy because Devin Singletary does have the guaranteed volume, as you were mentioning. Devin Singletary, at the same time, is in a very good offense, and he showed us last week that he's not really in a committee here. He is going to be the lead guy. So, yeah, I'm going to go Singletary over Keaton Mitchell. Keaton Mitchell is banged up. He is in a committee. He is in a very bad matchup going up against the Cleveland Browns as well. So, yeah, go Devin Singletary over Keaton Mitchell. And then between Dell, Debo, Deontay, I think all these players are extremely close, my friend. Can everybody spam the chat? Phoenix Lance is a longtime member of the flock. Who are you going to bench between Dell, Debo, Deontay? The triple Ds. Who are you benching? Dell, Debo, Deontay. In reality, I think the correct answer is kind of your personal preference. You can do whatever you want. But I would be interested to see what people have to say in the live chat. One vote for Deontay, one vote for Dell, one vote for Debo, 2 votes for Dell, 2 votes for Debo. Two votes for Deontay, 3 votes for Debo, 4 votes for Debo. Deontay, Debo. So it does look like, I mean, it is close. Seems like most people are benching Debo, saying, I think Debo's in a fine spot. I don't know. Very much is up to you, my friend. Michael says Stroud or Herbert. I'm going to go Herbert, even with all his wide receivers being decimated. I mean, he's still been great, right? He's still been great. From a fantasy perspective, that is. I believe he's averaging like 20 points per game from a fantasy perspective. Now, MT says, full BBR, start 2. Deontay, Debo, Tank, and then Hawkinson or Trey. We literally just answered this between Deontay, Debo, Tank. I think it is up to you. Sounds like most people are benching Debo, but it's close. And then between Hawkinson and Trey McBride, very difficult to know what to expect with Hawkinson being on the snap count. Still, I'd probably play Hawkinson over McBride, though. AJ says, trade St. Brown for Ayuk and James Conner. Only viable running back Swift, and we have Chase and Lamb. I would rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown over Brandon Ayuk and James Conner here, my friend. Aaron says, Gibbs, Stevenson, Metcalf, Javonte, Tank Dell, Myers. Pick 3. We're going to go with Metcalf, great matchup against Washington. Gibbs and Stevenson, bench Javonte, Dell, Myers. And then Pitts or McBride, happy PR. We will go Trey McBride over Kyle Pitts now that you have Drake London good to go, my friend. Daniel says, flex Madison or Deontay Johnson. Full BBR format, we're going to go Deontay Johnson. Non-PBR league, I think you can make an argument for Alexander Madison. Margaret says, Amari, Deontay, Tyler Lockett. We're going to go Deontay Johnson. Tyler Lockett does have a great matchup. Deontay Johnson, on the other hand, has the guaranteed volume that we have seen over and over and over again at this point. First of his name says, good morning, multiple leagues, non-PBR, Javonte, Gibbs, Laporta, Taysom. We're going to go Laporta over Taysom, even in a non-PBR league. And in a non-PBR format, I will go Javonte over Gibbs, assuming that you will get Montgomery in with the rushing upside, right? And then full PPR, or actually, and then either of those guys or Deontay for the flex, will go Deontay for the flex. And then full PPR, Chase to Algier, McBride, Charbonnet, pick up Irwin. I don't exactly know what we're asking here with this second question. If we're asking if we play Jamar Chase, yes, we play Jamar Chase if he plays. If he plays Chase, if Chase plays, we're going to go Chase. And if Chase does not play with the first question, we will go Irwin. And with the second question, we will go Charbonnet. And then between Heineke and Deshaun Watson, probably actually have to take Taylor Heineke this week. Deshaun Watson, brutal matchup against Baltimore. Anthony says PBR for the flex. Javonte, Adams, Jordan Addison, Noah Brown. I think we are going to go ahead and take Jordan Addison with TJ Hawkinson on the snap count and no KJ Osborne, no Justin Jefferson this week. Josh says, Ridley, Lockett, Deontay, Javonte. We need 2. We're going to go with Deontay and Javonte. And then we're at tight end, I'll actually go Laporta over Andrews, given the game environment. Full BBR, thanks, and keep up the great content. Thank you so much, my friend. Now, Toxic Mix says, have BBR in a gross situation. If Chase misses, should we play Bateman or Van Jefferson, or burn one of my last 2 waiver wire spots for Shakir, Reynolds, or Irwin? I hate this league. I would hate that league as well if you have a cap on the amount of waiver wire moves that you can make, my man. I know we've already talked about that at length, so you're probably tired of hearing it, but I do stand by that being one of the worst rules in fantasy football. Like, I just don't even get the point of it. I would rather not burn one of our last waiver wire slots unless it's like win or go home. If you're 3 and 6, then you're going to have to do it. In that case, we'd go Irwin. And if not, between Bateman, Van Jefferson, I think we probably just end up having to go ahead and play Bateman here. Like, I don't think there's any way you can trust Van Jefferson at this point. Now, Johnny says, which tight end do we start, Jonnu or Cade Otton? We're going to go Cade Otton over Jonnu Smith. I mean, I think that Cade Otton has the more guaranteed volume now that Drake London's coming back in. Now, drafted Joe Montana says, thanks for the advice earlier. Called and started Addison -3 instead of my tight end Logan Thomas. Here's a question. What are your favorite football movies? I would love to know your answers to this in the live chat. I hate to give y'all this answer. It's not the best answer, but I don't really love too many football movies. I'd say my favorite sports movie by far is going to be Moneyball. I think that Moneyball probably the best sports movie of all time. But please let me know in the live chat real quick, and we'll get back to this question. What are your favorite football movies? Let me close the doors with the dog. Are you scared of someone out there? Are you scared? We got a little scaredy cat over here. You want to say hi to everybody? You can say hi to everybody. I know. It's so scary. Whatever's out there, if it's a squirrel, if it's a God knows what. You say hi to everybody? Say, hey, guys. I know. Good girl. I know you can get under the desk. I know. Okay. Rudy, the longest yard's a good one. I like the longest yard. The remake says Friday Night Lights, best football show. I actually haven't seen Friday Night Lights. My girlfriend has, and she knows literally nothing about football. She doesn't understand the concept of downs, but she said it was really good. I think the most overrated football movie, I saw it in theaters actually whenever, God knows how old I was, but I haven't even seen it since. Maybe I should watch it again. Was Draft Day, Draft Night, whatever it was, with the Browns general manager. For whatever reason, I felt that was extremely overrated. But let's move this over. And Rob says, if Chase doesn't play, we're going to go Lockett, or we'll go Lockett. Better talent, good matchup. Daniel says, full PBR, my receivers are Chase, Kirk, Debo, with Tank Dell Downs on the bench. Who should we start if Jamar doesn't play? And for an RB2, should we play Gus Edwards or Javonte? Full BBR, we're going to go Javonte over Gus Edwards. Edwards averaging fewer than a target per game so far this season. If Jamar doesn't play, we're going to go Debo Dell. The thing is, Downs has already played, my man. Downs is playing right now. So it's too late for that. Downs maybe just had a big reception here, if I saw that correctly. So you will be stuck going Kirk and Debo. Now, Lee Bread says, full BBR, Brian Robinson, Aaron Jones, Gus Bus, Taysom, Dotson, Sutton. We got to pick 3 to start, 1 running back, and 2 flexes. We're going to go Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, full BBR, not Taysom. Probably go all 3 running backs, to be honest with you. I think we will go ahead and we'll just play all 3 RBs here. I'm not as excited about playing Gus Bus as you were previously. Like we discussed, very tough matchup here going up against the Browns. And in a full BBR format, this is someone that just gives you absolutely no target volume in the slightest. Okay. Sean says, Blue Mountain State funny football show. I did watch that in high school. I watched Blue Mountain State in high school. Longest yard. Remember the Titans? Rudy. Remember the Titans? I'm not going to lie to you. I do not know if I've seen Rudy. Rudy's the Notre Dame movie, right? Let me see. Let's see what's up with Rudy here. It's a good IMDb score. Maybe I need to watch it. I'm going to start watching more movies. I am sure that we've told you all this, but I am training for an Ironman. Like I've ran like 3 marathons over the past 3 weeks. But I'm having to get better on the bike. So I've been on the stationary bike forever. So we are trying to get better. So if y'all have any movie recommendations that's on Netflix, that's on HBO Max, I have all the streamers except Apple. I don't have Apple. I don't have Paramount. If you have a movie recommendation that's like motivating for me to watch while I'm on the bike, please let me know. Now, sleep deprived animator, always happy to see us, says, hey Mason, happy BR. Wide receiver 1 is Chase. Wide receiver 2 is Deontay. Who should we go with the flex? Should we change wide receiver 2? Dell, Godwin, James Cook, and then what if Chase misses? Probably going to go Dell for the flex. And then if Chase misses, move Dell to wide receiver. And then I think you go James Cook for the flex. But yeah, no, I'm serious about movie recommendations. Doesn't have to be a football movie either. Just let me know any movie recommendations you got. Roast Beef says, I don't think Kenneth Walker does anything today. I beg to differ. I mean, hell, if you don't think Kenneth Walker does anything today, my friend, then feel free to go and check out his underdog pick'em. I mean, right now, I believe they have Kenneth Walker at more than, you can even say just doesn't score a touchdown. You can say, oh, Kenneth Walker doesn't score a touchdown or has fewer than 77.5 total yards. I think it's a great matchup for Kenneth Walker, so I'm not too worried about it. And of course, if y'all want to check out any of those pick'ems, you can find that link in the live chat description comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Garrett Wilson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. But it's like nobody has any movie recommendations for us. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Are you not really we have no movie recommendations? Iceberg won a bag says PBR Tank or Kincaid. We're going to go Tank for the flex. And then if we have Laporta and Kincaid, I mean, obviously both these guys are top 5 tight ends. We should be able to trade them. Like trade Kincaid and Tank and go get a stud wide receiver. Now, Chubbs is farming says, coffee and home against the kids or energy drink on the road. It is a 12-hour road game. Don't exactly know what we're talking about here, my friend. I'll need some clarity on this question. I will say, I stopped drinking energy drinks last year. Y'all don't know, I used to be on the UT powerlifting team, so I was really into pre-workout, energy drinks, yada, yada, yada. Got off energy drinks. Now I take what's called Morning Man. It's like super greens, and it has a little bit of caffeine in it. And I really like that. And I make my own little pre-workout with it. I like put beta-alanine, put creatine, put citrulline in it. It's really good. Okay, so movie recommendations. We got Rocky, seen it. Inception, seen it. Menace to Society, I have not seen it. I will write that down. Snatch, have not seen it. I'll write it down. Pulp Fiction, seen it. I like animated movies, my friend. I'm fine with animated movies. Yeah, I've seen all the Tarantino movies. Obviously, love Tarantino. I've seen Superbad. Arnold, have not seen that. I will watch that. Okay, so our next question coming out from Caleb says, need to flex one. Full PBR. Debo, Addison, Madison, or Javante. I think I'm going to go Jordan Addison in a full PBR format. Especially if now you have TJ Hawkinson on a snap count and you have no KJ Osborne. Now the remix says PBR pick 2 to start. Hopkins, Addison, Singletary, Warren, London, Watson, Kirk. We're going to go with Addison based off what we previously just said. And then between Christian Kirk, DeAndre Hopkins, I think it really is going to be up to you there. You have no Treylon Burks, so if you wanted to give a slight edge to Hopkins, I wouldn't fault you in doing so. Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Hell yes, ladies and gentlemen. My underdog teams are rejoicing right now. Beautiful Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Drafted Joe Montana says, here's money to rent Rudy. It's a true story and my favorite, but I'm not proud to admit it made me cry tears of joy. I mean, this is what I'm looking for. I want something. If I'm on that bike and I'm trying to go as long as I can, my friend, I need some emotion here. So I will definitely watch Rudy. Hopefully it is on Netflix or something. If not, we have no reason not to rent it now. And I will come back with a movie report for y'all next live stream. Because we will probably... Actually, I'll probably bike today since I want to be watching the games. I should swim in reality, but I should probably get on the bike. Roast Beef says, watch when the game stands tall on Prime. Okay. Rudy, when the game stands tall. Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Now, Adam says, need help. Everyone seems so close in rankings. We need 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Devontae, Hollywood, Amari, Walker, Javante, Gibbs, Cook. We have Kamara locked in. Thanks for the help. Thank you, my friend. So I'm assuming you mean we only need 1 running back. If that's the case, we go Kenneth Walker. Our wide receivers, really tough spot. I think I was actually probably too high previously on Devontae Adams based off how bad this matchup is. Amari is a brutal matchup as well, though. I'd probably go like Adams and Hollywood. And then for our flex / RB2, regardless of whatever needed, we would go with Jahmyr Gibbs. Given the fact that it's a full PBR format, and he's still running behind an elite offensive line. And he has the receiving upside. Thomas says Dumb and Dumber. If you don't, everybody, at least in my mind, most families have like a go-to movie to watch. My family's movie is Dumb and Dumber. This is what we quote all the time. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber, I've probably seen Dumb and Dumber more than the majority of y'all for sure. And probably I've seen Dumb and Dumber more than any other movie I've seen. Now, Roast Beef says Invincible on Prime is good as well. All right, perfect. We'll get it going. What I just watched. And y'all are going to laugh at me for this. What I just watched was Paul Blart Mall Cop. Obviously, I'd seen it before. I am cultured. But great movie. Great movie. Per usual. All right. Let's move this over. And yeah, I was going to see Oppenheimer in theaters. But it came out like while we were already live streaming every single day. And it came out when the football season was ramping up. So I just simply ran out of time and I didn't get to see it. I mean, I would like to watch Oppenheimer though. And if it does come to streaming, I'm definitely going to watch it. Greg says, we think in London or Sutton in the flex? And then we're going to go London in the flex there. We're going to go London. Aaron says, Kirk or Godwin? I do like the matchup for Godwin. Probably go Godwin. Not Lucid says, ever check Gabe Davis's home versus away the split? Let me pull this up. Let me figure out how to do this. Okay. Davis. So I know there are some few outliers that home away does matter a considerable amount. Can't see exactly what we have here. So Gabe Davis, away week 1, 32 receiving yards. Home week 2, 92 and a touchdown. Away week 3, 35 and a touchdown. Home 61, home 100, home 21, away 6, home 87. Away 0. Yeah, so this split is actually really interesting to look at. You get Gabe Davis at home this week. That's interesting, my friend. Obviously, something like that, we need a large sample before we say it's like, okay, we're really taking this into consideration. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Magic Mikey says, standard pick 2, Pickens, Deontay, Lockett, Ridley, Tank. We're going to go Deontay and then Tank. We're going to go Deontay, Tank, and we're going to bench Ridley in a tough matchup. Now, Camo Killa says, Bijan, Pollard, Brees, Tank, Godwin, Addison, London, Javonte, Ridley, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. Thanks, man. Thank you. Our running backs, Pollard and Brees. Our wide receivers, Addison and Dell. And our flex, we will go ahead and we will play Bijan Robinson, even if Bijan has not really had the red zone role this year. Hopefully that changes. Minimum, you're getting 10 carries. Minimum, you're getting 4 to 5 targets out of the backfield. Kevin says, 4 easy questions, full PPR. Sam Howell or Trevor Lawrence? I mean, I want to say Lawrence is the much better real-life quarterback. Obviously, Sam Howell has the passing volume, and Sam Howell does have a better matchup as well. So for that reason, I will go Sam Howell. White or Walker? I'm going to go Walker. Full BBR, it is close. But this week, you have a beautiful matchup for Walker going up against Washington. Metcalf or Olave? I think we're going to go ahead. We will be playing Olave, even though Metcalf has that great matchup. And then Lockett or Javonte? We will go ahead. We will take Javonte there more times than not. I do expect that you will get Jackson Smith and Jigba expanding his role, my friend. Thomas says Toy Story is clutch. I need to add this. I doubt Toy Story. Actually, Toy Story would probably be on Disney Plus, right? I think my family has Disney Plus. I don't have it, at least not on my phone. Maybe I can hook them up for the password. Hit them up for the password. 20 says, never thought I'd hear the words Paul Blart Mall Cop and great movie in the same sentence. Well, now you have, my friend. Now you have. Manuel says, start 2, Kincaid, Laporta, Bijan, Robinson. We're going to go with Laporta and Bijan Robinson. I actually, if you look at my underdog exposures, let me see how much I have of Kincaid versus Bijan. They are relatively close. I have Bijan in 11% of leagues and Kincaid in 9%. So I am overweight Bijan compared to Kincaid, but still. Alejandro says trade JSN for Nico Collins. You can if you want. And then Musgrave or Jonnu Smith. We will go Jonnu Smith over Musgrave. I saw Don't Look Up on Netflix whenever it came out. Michael says motivational movies, Unbroken and Prefontaine. I'm an idiot. It probably is easy to pronounce and I can't. I watched Unbroken a couple days ago on the bike. Prefontaine I have not heard of. Let me type this down. And I see people in the chat saying Toy Story 2 is better than Toy Story 1. If y'all really wanted to go through and look at a good animated movie, I think Kung Fu Panda maybe is the best animated, or up there, definitely for sure. Nelson says, we have Etienne, Eckler, Jason, Saquon, Hogginson, Boyd, Downs, Watson, Brian Robinson. I traded Puka for Jefferson, offered Waddle for Saquon. Should I? Love the Puka for Jefferson trade. If you're looking at Waddle versus Saquon, while I am terrified of this Giants offense, and if I could get out of Saquon, what we were saying previously is like Jonathan Taylor, I would. But honestly, to Waddle, probably not a good enough price tag. And Mac Jones sacked. Patriots can't get anything going. Dylan says, watch JT get 9 straight rushes. Dream come true. Jonathan Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, let's pull this up. Speaking of my underdog exposures, was my most drafted running back this year. Now, a big reason for this was when he fell to the 2-3 turn, I was like, okay, I know the ceiling this guy has. If he signs, he's a league winner at this pick. And I chase upside in my drafts and don't really care about the downside. So, that's a big reason why JT is my most drafted guy. But, yeah, it does feel good seeing Jonathan Taylor go out there and get that type of volume. Now, Jorge says, should I trade Hill and JT for Chase and Etienne? Let's see what JT does the rest of this game, my man. Chase, if he's banged up somewhat, tough spot. I'm assuming we can't make this deal until after the game, right? Until next week. JT's already played. Can we at least see what happens over the next hour? So I would sit on our hands. Now let's smooth this over. Jorge says, no, I'm sorry. Drafted Joe Montana says, American Flyer is an older bicycle racing movie. I actually just started watching a documentary of the Tour de France. So let me get this going. Like I said, usually I do not watch any TV at all. But now that I'm having to spend a couple hours a day on that stationary bike, I need stuff to watch. Now, Unadvised says 14-team full BBR. Who to start a quarterback? Howell, Kyler. We're going to be going with Sam Howell this week. Make an argument long-term Kyler. Let's see him first, though. Then running back, Brees, Brian Robinson, Warren, Charbonnet. Wide receiver, Deontay, Olave, Dotson, Judy. Tight end, Musgrave, Erskine Jr. Thank you. Now, if you're in a spot where say you get an injury to, Jamar Chase does not play, I think you could go ahead and you could play Irv Smith Jr. over Musgrave. If Chase plays, I'm going to go Musgrave. And then our 2 running backs are going to go Brees, Brian Robinson. Our 2 receivers are going to go Olave, Deontay. And then for our flex, we'll go Judy. Okay. Now, League Official says, what pick'ems we cooking up this morning? Something that I wouldn't mind doing at all is going through and saying that you are going to get more than, honestly, any of these marks with Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm fine taking. If you want to take him to score a touchdown, let's do it. If you want to take him to have more than 37 rushing yards, let's do it. More than 17 receiving yards, more than 58 total yards, I'm fine with any of those with Jahmyr Gibbs. And if you're looking to make a consolidated pick'em slip here with this offense, you could go like Jared Goff, more than, say, 264.5 passing yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, more than 17.5 receiving yards. And then flip it to the other end of the spectrum and take Austin Eckler for more than 35.5 receiving yards. If you want to make that one consolidated pick'em, which typically is what I'm looking to do. Now, Moment Ahmed says, Ford, Thomas, Dotson for the flex. Must win week. Thanks, brother. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. You know I appreciate you, my man. Full BBR league, I think you make a strong argument for Dotson. I'm not super excited about it now that you have Curtis Samuel back in here. I mean, with that being said, Ford is just in a brutal matchup here. I think Ford has the higher floor. Dotson has the higher ceiling. So kind of does depend on what you want there. Daniel says, happy BR to start for RB2. Javonte or Gibbs. Happy BR, it's a little bit closer. I still probably go Gibbs, though. Elite offense. Great offensive line. Or so let's say elite offensive line, great offense. On Money says, start 2 of Hollywood, Addison, Amari, DK. We're going to go with DK and Addison. In the case of DK Metcalf, I mean, just a beautiful matchup against Washington. In the case of Jordan Addison, you have TJ Hawkinson on the snap count, and at the same time, you have no KJ Osborne as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for 2 hours. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button for us. I mean, we live stream every single day. Today is day 199 in a row of live streaming without missing a single day since April. And yeah, I mean, if you are ever going to hit that like button, please do it for us on a Sunday morning when it's the most important. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Garrett Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. But League Official says, heard the Lions Chargers parlay the move. I will say the Lions Chargers will be a movie today. Hopefully it will. Hopefully it will be. Now, Teresa says, Dobbs or Levis need to win today. Thanks. Thank you. Don't love that TJ Hawkinson is banged up. Don't love that you have no KJ Osborne, no Justin Jefferson. Still probably go Joshua Dobbs over Levis. The thing is, with Levis, I thought he had rushing upside. I was just wrong. He's not running the ball at all. So does a tough spot. Jack says, flex 1, Brian Robinson, Michael Thomas, or Alexander Madison. I think I will go Alexander Madison. I mean, Alexander Madison, super hard to get excited about whenever you had Cam Akers splitting this backfield. Now that you have no Akers, I mean, you can go in that direction if you really want. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get this dog out from under the desk. My back's hurting. Girlie, come on. I know you like laying under there. Can you lay behind me? Can you lay behind me? Come on. You got to move it. Good girl. Good girl. No, 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 no. Come on, babe. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Okay. Now, Wigo says start Hawkinson or Jonnu. So Hawkinson does look like it's going to be on snap count. I mean, not super, super exciting, right? I mean, offense will be much worse with no Cousins as well, or at least the passing volume. So by no means am I coming out and saying, oh, yeah, I'm super excited to go through and super excited to start Hawkinson. Probably have to start Hawkinson over Jonnu Smith, though. I mean, in the case of Jonnu Smith, you are going to get Drake London back in, which should be lowering your expectations for the target volume with Smith. Now, each says, or S says, start 3 standard league. Amari, Devontae, JSN, McBride, and Tajee Spears. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take Amari, Devontae, and JSN. I think we bench both McBride and Tajee Spears. Super brutal matchups for both Amari and Devontae Adams, though. Now, the Rasmussen says, do we take Debo and JSN for Mostert and Addison? Give me Mostert over JSN. Addison versus Debo. Give me Debo rest of season. Addison this week. I think Mostert probably has more value even with Devon Achane coming back in. Now, WB says, pick 3 running backs, please. Bijan, Walker, James Cook, James Conner, David Montgomery. Kenneth Walker, must-start guy given the matchup that he is in this week. Bijan, probably someone that we need to be starting in a full PBR format with David Montgomery. I think we go Walker, Bijan, Montgomery. James Cook is the best matchup. James Cook is also in the best offense. I'm just a little bit hesitant to go through and say James Cook when ultimately at the end of the day, like this is a team that's trying to get out of him, right? Is a team that goes through and they sign Leonard Fournette. So I don't know. Now the Patriots have to punt it away again, as you'd expect. Patriots game, disgusting. How many total yards do the Pats have? Let's pull this up. You actually have 54 passing yards for Mac Jones. I mean, I'm watching this out of the corner of my eye. Doesn't seem like he has that many. You have the long screen for Zeke. Yeah, hopefully the Colts off. I am so invested in the Colts offense with I'm overweight Pittman, I'm overweight Downs, I'm overweight Jonathan Taylor. So hopefully this Colts offense goes out there and they pick it up. Now, Jack says, stuck on this, full BBR, Hawkinson or Taysom. I would not fault you if you wanted to go Taysom, given the injury to TJ Hawkinson. In a non-BBR format, I'd say we're for sure just going to go ahead and we will take Taysom there. However, in a full BBR league, I probably just prefer TJ Hawkinson. Now, Frobro says, 1, Evan Ingram. 2, Kincaid or Mark Andrews. 2, Taysom versus Evan Ingram. 3, Hollywood versus Tank Dell. We're going to go Tank Dell over Hollywood. We're going to go Evan Ingram over Taysom in a PBR league. Non-PBR, you're going to go Taysom. And then for the first question, we will go Mark Andrews, even though a lot of people that are significantly smarter than I am would tell you instead to go through and play Dalton Kincaid, given the fact that Mark Andrews does have the much worse matchup in the worst offense this week going up against Cleveland. Now, Ray says 10-team full BBR. We have Stroud, Kamara, Pollard, Chase, St. Brown, McBride, White. We have Kelsey, Warren, Shaheed, JSN, Charbonnet, Levis. How are we looking? Okay. Really strong team, very well balanced roster as well. I mean, obviously, we're going to go through and cut, or I don't say cut McBride, but probably cut McBride once to get Kelsey back from his bye. I think it's a great team. I don't think we change anything in the starting lineup. The only thing that I would say is you could possibly look to cut Shaheed, pick up a running back off waivers that has more upside in the 10-team league. I mean, Shaheed, let's pull this up. So wide receiver that said back-to-back weeks with 3 targets, you know? It's like, it's for sure the wide receiver 3 in a bad offense. I don't know if we're super excited about him. Clutch Box, always happy to see you. My friend says, need to start one, McBride and Njoku or Logan Thomas. I think we are going to go ahead and we're going to take Trey McBride. Decent matchup. Obviously, we have Kyler Murray back in here. And then in the case of David Njoku, just a really brutal spot going up against Baltimore, where do you have an incredibly low implied team total? Now, Gregory says 6-point touchdown. Happy BR, pick one of Levis, Watson, Joshua Dobbs. Six-point passing touchdown does make it a little bit closer where the rushing upside doesn't matter as much. I'm still probably going to go Joshua Dobbs, take the rushing upside. I'll be honest with you, though. I am biased in saying this. I am rooting for Joshua Dobbs. He takes down our arch nemesis last week in Arthur Smith. So I'm very biased, but I think we would do that. Jack says Dotson, Sutton, or Gabe Davis in a half PPR league. Jonathan Taylor, stop 3-1. Brutal. Can we please go for it, Colts? Go for it, please. I think we're going to go ahead and Gabe Davis is the highest ceiling. I think John Dotson has the highest floor. It would be Dotson easily if Curtis Samuel were to miss, but Curtis Samuel will be playing here, so I think we probably have to lower our expectations just a bit on that front. So it is up to you. I think you can do what you want here. And they punt it. Dear God, don't you know I need some Jonathan Taylor fantasy points? Now, Emmy says, get Lamar, give up Etienne and Garrett Wilson. It's a 2 QB league, happy BR format. We have Bryce Young, Deshaun Watson, Justin Fields. 10-8, we play against the median. I mean, if you're going to look at this, Lamar's yet to go through his bye. You have to keep that in mind. You've already had Etienne and Garrett Wilson through their respective byes. We'd be stuck with 4 QBs at this point. So in a 2 QB league, I wouldn't mind trading like Travis Etienne and Bryce Young for Lamar Jackson. However, to trade Travis Etienne and Garrett Wilson, probably not something we're wanting to do there. So I think not to this deal, but definitely a trade that we can look at, making a counter and see if we can sell Bryce Young instead of Garrett Wilson. Wavy says, Hockenson and Njoku are odd, and thanks for the love the channel. Appreciate you. Obviously, it's very difficult to know what we're going to get whenever you are looking at the TJ Hockenson snap count. I still probably go Hockenson, however, because you do have a brutal matchup for David Njoku here. Roast Beef says, start Mason or CMC this week. Both are GOATs. Well, the thing is, if you look at Mason versus CMC, like Mason is freaking jacked and CMC looks like a normal dude, right? So, say probably got to go with Mason. He's going to put in the hours on the bike today. Hopefully, he won't be a lazy butt and he'll get in the pool and swim a little bit as well. Or what is CMC going to do? Just play a football game? Sounds a little beta to me, but Mac coming out saying 6-3, happy BR, 12-team league. We have Burrow, Hall, HN, Chase, Adams, Mark, Olave, and then on the bench, Tua, Terry, Deontay, Dell, Hunt, McBride. Start 2 receivers in a flex. I think if you wanted to change anything in the starting lineup this week, you would go ahead and you would put Tank Dell in over Devontae Adams. Outside of that, this is a phenomenal team overall, but I don't necessarily think we need to be making any moves here, or too many moves, that is. I'm trying to think of what we can do. I think if you wanted to make a play where we sell like Tua and Devontae Adams and go get a stud wide receiver, that could potentially be something we look to do here, my friend, just because obviously we have Burrow. We can start every single week, and there'll be other teams in our league that could use Tua. Jason says, TJ Hawkinson or K-Dot, and love all the videos. Appreciate you, my friend. Like I said, very difficult to know what to expect with TJ Hawkinson being on the snap count. I personally still probably go TJ Hawkinson. Junior says, star one at the flex, full PBR. Amari, Javonte, Gibbs, Hollywood. I'm going to go with Gibbs in a full PBR format. I think he still has the receiving role, and at the same time, still think he's running behind an elite offensive line. By no means is it an easy decision to make, but I think we can. Now, Mac Jones sacked on another third down. I hope you play the Indianapolis Colts defense this week, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you play the Colts defense. Now, Jamel says, choose a flex between Cook, Taysom, Cook. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. We're going to go Gibbs over Taysom and Cook for the same reasons we just mentioned. Like, well, yeah, David Montgomery's going to come in. David Montgomery's going to have the red zone role. Jahmyr Gibbs still going to be involved as a receiver. Jahmyr Gibbs still in a great offense. So I still think we're going to go with him. Now, Sivan Bond says, Ridley or Deontay? And Purdy or Howell? We're playing CMC and Ayuk full BBR. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. If we're playing CMC and Brandon Ayuk, if you really wanted to go out there and you wanted to chase the highest ceiling possible, you go Purdy over Sam Howell. Say if you're a big underdog this week, we're just going to go all in, push all our chips in the middle for that San Francisco 49ers offense. However, if you want to diversify a bit, you could go Howell over Purdy. It is up to you. And then Ridley or Deontay, we are going to go with Deontay over Ridley. I'd probably start Sam Howell over Purdy. It depends on your situation, though, if we have those other guys. Like how we want the correlation to break. Nate says, PBR, 4-point passing touchdown. Start Lawrence or Kyler. We have Ridley. Rest of season, we're probably going to go with Kyler. However, I would rather at least wait to see what we get from him before we have to go through and put him in, right? I'd rather see Kyler before we start him, so I'm going to go Lawrence. Anonymous says, Amari, Godwin, Wilson, Brian Robinson, White. Which three? We're going to go with Garrett Wilson, Rashad White for sure. And then between Amari, Godwin, Brian Robinson, we will go Godwin given the matchup. Spencer says, hey, Addison or Olave today, full PBR. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Addison is in a good spot. We're still going to go ahead and we're going to take Olave, though. Roast Beef says, what bike do you have? I'm thinking about getting one. So I have a Trek bike. I'm doing an Ironman. So to be honest with you, it's a very expensive triathlon bike. If you're just going to get a regular bike to just bike around, there's no way in hell you would look at my bike. And I know very little, but a little about bikes either. Essentially, all I did is I went to the bike store and sent my old tennis coach who did Ironmans pictures of the bikes. And I went, what bike should I get for the Ironman? And he told me, get that one. And I went, okay, I'll get that one. So I'm not the guy to ask, to be honest with you. And honestly, probably should not copy me on my bike if you just want one to ride around. Now, to the max coming out, says, Sup Mason, need help with 2 lineups, full PPR. First team, start 1, Olave or Deontay. We'll go Olave. And then pick 2 between Montgomery, Aaron Jones, Bijan. We're going to be going with Montgomery and Aaron Jones. A full PPR format, Bijan is close there, however. And then need to pick up someone off the waivers. Judy, Deontay, London, Boyd, thanks so much. Appreciate you, my friend. If I had to pick up one of these guys off the waiver wire, I will pick Deontay Johnson here. Now, I'm sorry. Jacob says JSN or Michael Thomas at the flex, full PPR. We will go with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Great matchup. And do you think the Falcons will give Bijan more touches in the red zone like they are predicted to do down the season via The Athletic? And he is still a viable running back to keep. Will he get more red zone usage? I have no idea. I am really hoping so. There are really no signs to fully believe that at this moment, but we're hoping it happens. Now, I think we should be looking to hold on to Bijan Robinson, however, in that if you are looking at Bijan, this is a running back that ultimately, at the end of the day, is still going to get you double-digit carries every single week. It is still going to go out there and have 4 to 5 targets out of the backfield every week. And he has the best fantasy football playoff schedule of any running back in the NFL. Luke says, Watson, Ferguson, Noah Brown, Singletary, Michael Thomas. We need a receiver and a flex. We'll go Singletary for the flex, and then probably Noah Brown, wide receiver. Ryan says flex Amari, Kirk, Ford, or Flowers. I think I'm going to go Christian Kirk this week, given how bad the Browns matchup is against the Ravens. Long term, we can maybe change our mind here, though. Now, C-Dog says, sit 1, Amari, Ridley, Evans, Debo in a full PPR format. Probably going to bench Ridley, right? Ridley's been the worst guy out of these options so far this season. And at the same time, Ridley does have a tough matchup as well. So I think it's a spot where we can move on from him. Probit says, Hockenson or Taysom at tight end since Hockenson is limited. If it is a full PPR format, right or wrong, I still will be taking TJ Hockenson. If it is a non-PPR league, I think I probably want to go ahead and go with Taysom Hill, given the touchdown upside. It is very difficult to know what to expect with Hockenson on the snap count, though. Now, Phil Miss Payne says, pick 4, Kittle, Kincaid, Addison, Ayuk, Amari, and Jamar. I'm going to go Jamar, Ayuk, Addison. And then Kincaid, Amari will be up to you. You're definitely benching Kittle. Kincaid, great offense, great setup. The issue that you would have with Amari is that he just has the worst matchup you could ever ask for going up against the Ravens. I probably go all 4 wide receivers and I don't throw a tight end in the flex. But if we were going to do so, we would be benching Amari and we'd be playing Kincaid. Now, Jeremy says, Superflex, full PPR, start 2. Burrow, Herbert, Stroud. Assuming that Chase plays, which we should know or not in about an hour, we are to go Burrow and Herbert. While Herbert has had a considerable amount of injuries, to his wide receivers, he's still out there averaging like 20 points per game, right? So still someone that we probably need to start. And then obviously Stroud coming off a big week. You have no Nico Collins. And we have a much smaller sample with CJ Stroud than these other QBs. Come on. Gardner Minshew just overthrows Josh Downs. Andrew says, Dotson, London, JSN. We need to start 1 in a full PPR format. I think London has the highest floor. I think JSN has the highest ceiling given how good his matchup is against Washington. Connor says Kincaid or Davante Adams in the flex. Very tough spot with how bad of a matchup Davante Adams has. 99% of the time, though, we should be benching the tight end. I think we're going to bench Kincaid. German says, full BBR, need a tight end in the flex between Kincaid, Kittle, Evans, and Hopkins. We're going to put Kincaid in there at tight ends, and we're going to go Evans at wide receiver in a plus matchup. Eric says Hockenson or Kincaid since Hawkinson's limited. We'll definitely go with Kincaid there. But I need to grab me a little snack. I'll bring it back in here and eat it here, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm starving. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Dear God, I wish I had an RX bar. We're rocking with some cranberry mix and a banana. Typically, this is what I eat on runs. I'll just throw this in my back pocket and eat it about halfway through. But it is what it is. Now I'm going to be honest with you. This is delicious. Scotto says Power Crunch protein bars are really good. I usually do RX bars. I literally, when Costco has RX bars go on sale, like boxes of them. I mean, at one point we had 100 in the house. Like I'll spend $100 buying them all at once. But Costco hasn't had them on sale in a while. So I ate my last RX bar yesterday, and now I'm struggling. Okay. Bill J says the RX bars are gross. No, they are phenomenal. They are phenomenal. I eat an RX bar every single day. Manny says, Mason, please, are we going to go Adams or Tank Dell this week? My monkey brain wants to say Davante Adams. I do, but if you look at projections of this Houston Texans offense with no Nico Collins, Underdog has the guy to go with as Tank Dell. They have Tank Dell for I believe 6-7 more yards than Davante Adams. Here, you have both no Nico Collins and no Dameon Pierce, so they're probably going to throw the ball a little bit more as well. So I do think that we are going to go ahead. We probably are going to take Tank Dell over Davante Adams. even if it's a spot that I'm not super excited about. But can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Tank Dell or Devontae Adams? Looks like most people here are saying Tank. We have 2 votes in the chat, and both votes are for Tank Dell. Now we have way more. Adams, Dell. Yeah, it looks like most people are saying Tank Dell over Devontae Adams, my friend, which is literally the craziest thing I've ever seen. Literally the craziest. Now, next question coming out from Ronald says, start 3. So just give me 1 second. Walker, Pollard, Rashad, Breece, Connor. We're going to go with Pollard for damn sure. Pollard's like a top 3 running back this week. Walker in a good matchup as well. And between Rashad, Breece, Connor, we're going to go with Breece. Rashad White does have a tough matchup, even if he's coming off a great game last week, of course. Delish, ladies and gentlemen. But Ronald also says rest of season. Rest of season, I think that we would honestly probably go the same guys. Maybe Rashad White over Kenneth Walker in a full BBR format. But we have Kyler Dobbs, 6-3, first place. Wide receivers, Hill, Brown, Thielen, Higgins. Tight end, we have Kmet and Kittle. Playoff lineup moves. I would cut Joshua Dobbs, right? If you're sitting with Dak, Kyler, and Joshua Dobbs, Dobbs not doing much for us. We can't roster 3 QBs. I'm fine playing Kyler, Dak based off matchups. And then honestly, I'd say the same thing at tight end. If you could pivot off of Kittle and maybe go send a depth wide receiver and Kittle to go get to Sam Laporta, I think that'll make a lot of sense as we have Kittle just with a massive, massive split with and without Deebo Samuel through his NFL career. Now, Sam says, PBR, Hockenson or McBride? We got to pick one. And then James Cook, Montgomery, Jordan Addison. You're going to go Hockenson over McBride. And then for that other spot, full BBR format, if you wanted to go Jordan Addison, not going to fault you at all for it. I think we probably end up going ahead and playing David Montgomery, though. I think Montgomery's probably the guy. Now, Angel says, I'm 7-2. Trying to trade HN for Mixon. What are your thoughts? I think I would rather have Mixon rest of season. I think the volume is much safer to project. He's in a very good offense at the same time. So yeah, I'm going to go Mixon over HN, even though HN's been much better this year from while he's been healthy. Connor says, last flex spot, are we going to go Dotson or JSN? I think Dotson has the higher floor. JSN has the higher ceiling. I'm probably going to go JSN given the matchup, but if you wanted to go Dotson, I'm not going to fault you at all for doing so. Now, Callum says, tight end in a flex, Andrews, Laporta, Cook, Kirk, Ridley. Tight end, we're going to go Laporta. And then for the flex, we will go ahead and we'll most likely play James Cook or James Cook or Christian Kirk. I mean, if you are looking at what we have with James Cook, in my mind, it really does come down to Leonard Fournette. It sucks that we don't have clarity on this situation. At least I haven't been able to find anything. I haven't seen if Fournette is going to be good to go tomorrow night or not. But if you have no Leonard Fournette, then James Cook should be in only a two-man running back by committee in one of the better matchups you could ever ask for. My issue is if Fournette does play, then it's going to be a three-man running back by committee where we're significantly less excited about it. So I think it is down between those guys, but I would go Kirk over Ridley for sure. Now, Tanner says Ingram or Schultz. We're going to go with, oh my gosh, we're going to go Dalton Schultz over Evan Ingram this week, considering the fact that we have no Nico Collins and Ingram's in a tough spot against the 49ers. And then Lockett, Madison, or Pickens. Full BBR format, make a strong argument to go ahead and take Tyler Lockett here. Great matchup against Washington, but you do have a more consistent workload with Alexander Madison. That is probably Madison with the Cam Akers injury, of course. And now Jonathan says, flex one, full BBR, Sutton, Davis, or Tyler Algier. Full BBR format, I think we're going to want to go ahead. I think that we are going to want to take a receiver here. Gabe Davis is at home. He's in a great matchup. We've said this time and time again, Gabe Davis is not someone that you can consistently rely upon and call him an every week starter. I don't know if he'll ever be that. But what you do have with Gabe Davis is you have a wide receiver with an insane ceiling in a good matchup and a good offense. I probably just go ahead and take him here. Toxic Mix says Chase is playing, it looks like. I am operating under the assumption that Chase is playing. He's supposed to get warm-ups going and then test everything out, and then we will see for sure. Let me pull up and see if we have any more injury updates. Obviously, the majority of things will be coming in about 45 minutes. Let's see if we got anything right now. Ooh, A&M is firing Jimbo Fisher. Okay. So let me see. Yep, Rappaport coming out 2 minutes ago. Jamar Chase is going to play today, ladies and gentlemen. Good news, Chase is playing today. Everybody can go through and everybody can fire up Jamar Chase. And Austin says the war is over for A&M. I remember everybody being, when did Jimbo Fisher get hired? I remembered everybody being so damn excited. Wasn't he the highest paid coach in college football at one point? Man, I'm very biased. I'm a University of Texas fan, but let's pull this up. When did Jimbo Fisher sign? Oh, he went in 2018. That was a while ago. Never mind. I thought he was there more recent. I thought he was there like 2019, 2020. Yeah, so he's been there for about 6 seasons. Yeah, I thought it was quicker than that. How much did he get paid? $95 million guaranteed. Freaking nuts. It is crazy that coaches who don't have to worry about injuries, they get fully guaranteed contracts and players don't, you know? It's like, obviously it makes sense from an ownership perspective, but it's like, is that the right thing to do? Probably not. Probably not. Okay. Let's move this over. Our next question coming in from Andy says, Montgomery, Barkley, Diggs, Hopkins, Evans, Walker. Set the lineup. We need 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. Running backs, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Barkley and Walker. Our receivers, we're going to go Diggs, Evans. And for the flex, we are going to go David Montgomery. So essentially, we just have to bench one guy here. I think the player that we are going to bench is DeAndre Hopkins. Even though Hopkins has no Treylon Burks, obviously safe target share. And we are 2 weeks removed from him scoring 3 touchdowns. So if you really wanted to play him, you can. Nick says, with Saquon's situation, would it make sense to trade him 1-for-1 for Derrick Henry in a full PPR league? Now, I will say, it 100% makes sense why you would do so, right? I mean, if you are looking at this, you should have a much better offense for Derrick Henry than you would Saquon Barkley. My hesitation is in a full PPR league, Saquon could still get there with the reception volume where you don't have that same type of reception volume for Derrick Henry. So 100%, I understand it. And if you wanted to do it, you can. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry, ladies and gentlemen? Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry rest of season. Now, Gleek Monger says we have Mahomes, Kelsey, HN, Waddle, Rice, Jefferson out this week. You're starting Charbonnet or Michael Thomas. I think he got arrested. I mean, yeah, he like threw a break at her. I don't freaking know. Michael Thomas will play. And then we will go ahead. I'll probably start Zach Charbonnet if you really want to. I mean, it is up to you. Full BBR format, I'd probably go Michael Thomas. But Dalton Kincaid, I'm sorry, not Dalton Kincaid. Zach Charbonnet is expanding his role in Seattle. He has the receiving down role, and it's a great matchup against Washington. Now we have Henry, Saquon. Yeah, so it looks like most people are agreeing with us. They would rather have Saquon Barkley here. I do want to reiterate, if it was a spot that it was a non-PPR league, I probably would prefer to go through and in a non-PPR format, I'd probably rather have Henry with more touchdown upside. Now, L Maverick says, best quarterback for today, Dak, Kyler, Stroud, or Sam Howell. I'm going to go Dak, even if he's not going to have to throw the ball in the second half. Also, we need trade ideas to get out of one or two of these quarterbacks. Need help at running back or tight end, but we'll take anything. So the thing is, you're not going to get any trade value for Sam Howell. Sam Howell's good. I mean, in fantasy, that is, but he's not sitting there with the name brand appeal where you would be able to get a considerable amount for him. So if you were looking at trying to trade two of these quarterbacks, I think the guys that you could get the most value out of would be selling Dak and Stroud and rolling through with Kyler Murray and Sam Howell going forward. If you were trying to get a significant upgrade, that's what you'd be looking to do. Obviously, it is much easier said than done, but you can look that direction, my friend. Okay. Now, Rob says, full BBR, good morning, Mason. Good morning, my friend. Should we start McBride over Hawkinson, given a snap count and limited to quote-unquote key situations? So 100%, I agree with the thought process here that we do need to be bumping down TJ Hawkinson. With that being said, I still personally am going to go through and start Hawkinson over Trey McBride. It is close for us, though. It is close, and honestly, I do think that it's up to you. I would just rather have a 50% TJ Hawkinson than a 100% Trey McBride, at least in my mind, especially with no Jefferson and no KJ Osborne. Now, next switch coming out from Cal says, Hill on bye, Gibbs of the flex. We need to start two receivers, Adams, Wilson, or Kirk. I'm thinking Wilson and Kirk. It sounds crazy, but with how bad of this matchup is for Davante Adams against the Jets, Underdog is picking him at like 54.5 receiving yards. If you want to go Wilson and Kirk, I'm not going to stop you. You have to play Garrett Wilson. It's really down between Davante Adams, Christian Kirk. If you look at the pick'ems and what you have here for these guys, Christian Kirk on Underdog currently is sitting at 54.5 receiving yards, 1.5x multiplier for him to score a touchdown. And it's the same thing with Davante Adams. I believe Davante Adams this week, with how bad this matchup is, Davante Adams actually at 55.5 receiving yards. Maybe go Adams, using that as a slight tie break. But the main thing is Garrett Wilson's well above these wide receivers. They have him at 67.5 total yards and then 9.5 total targets, which I'm actually taking the fewer than 9.5 targets for Garrett Wilson. Obviously, this man is a target dog, but still to project someone out to average, to have 10 targets in any game is very aggressive. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And that Garrett Wilson special pick on more than less than half a total yard as well. Now our next question coming out from I'm a Flocker. Happy to see us says 5-point passing touchdown league. Pick 2. Baker, Dobbs, Watson. Thanks. Thank you. And yeah, speaking of these pick'ems, if you go over and look what we have with the Browns, Las Vegas sportsbooks have the Cleveland Browns as the second worst offense in the NFL this week with their implied team total with how bad this matchup is. And Underdog currently has Deshaun Watson pretty much rock bottom, ladies and gentlemen. They're pricing Deshaun Watson as a quarterback that you can't start. They have him at 188 passing yards. They have him at, 211 total yards and 13.3 fantasy points. It is just the worst matchup you could ask for. I think you do have to go through and you have to bench him. Now, CoinFlip says 6-point passing touchdown, 15 yards equals 1 point. With rain, Howell or Carr in the dome. So typically, rain's not what's going to impact these games too much. I mean, obviously, if it's a monsoon, if it is pouring rain, then yeah, we do need to be making pivots. If it's just raining, I'm not going to be panicking. I'm a little more concerned about wind, if I'm going to be honest with you. But I would just say my plan is to go Sam Howell. If you turn on the TV and the weather is unbelievably bad, you could pivot to Derek Carr if you wanted. I'm ranking Howell over Carr, though. Elite Henry says, which quarterback, Kyler or Dak this week? Definitely going to go Dak over Kyler. I mean, the spread is 16 points. They're not going to throw the ball in the second half. You would want a slightly better game environment if you could get one, but it is what it is. That's kind of what we're stuck with, right? Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Jacob says, full BBR, Dak, Hall, Taylor, Chase, Hollywood, Schultz, Jones, Kirk. And then on the bench, Boyd, Dell, Gibbs, McBride, any swaps. So if I was to get someone from the bench into the starting lineup, we'd either be looking at Jameer Gibbs or Tank Dell. Would I start Gibbs over Hall, Taylor? Nope. Aaron Jones? Probably not. Over Kirk? Maybe. Really, the only swap that you could have here is, I think we play Dell over Hollywood, given the injury that we have to Nico Collins. And then if you really wanted to consider playing Gibbs over Kirk, you could. But I think that is going to be up to you. Now, Bodie, happy to see us, says, pick 2. We have Barkley, Debo, Deontay, full PBR. Worried about Debo's first game back, and would you trade Rice and Curtis Samuel for T. Higgins? 100% make that deal for T. Higgins. And then we are going to go with Barkley. And if you're worried about Debo, I think Debo, Deontay are honestly kind of neck and neck. It is up to you. You can go Deontay in a full PBR format with the guaranteed target volume if we really wanted to. Now, Jeremy says, start 2 receivers, full PPR. Deontay Dell, Zay Flowers, Calvin Ridley. I think I personally am going to go Deontay Johnson and Tank Dell with the guaranteed target volume. In the case of Zay Flowers and Calvin Ridley, I guess, they both just have brutal matchups here going up against the Browns and the 49ers. Jonas says, start Gibbs or Montgomery today in a full PPR league. If it is a full PPR format, I think I'm going to go with Jahmyr Gibbs. If it was a non-PPR league, we would go David Montgomery. Now, Topher says, double flex, full PPR, start 2. Javonte, Singletary, Kincaid, James Cook, or waiver wire JSN. We're starting Stroud, Hollywood, JT, Andrews, Ayuk, Flock family for life. Appreciate you, my friend. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Javonte and James Cook here. I will say as a side note, if we have Mark Andrews and Dalton Kincaid, not going to fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to package together, say, Dalton Kincaid and another guy in this starting lineup, such as James Cook, to go get an elite upgrade elsewhere. I think that could make a lot of sense. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, and if you are copying and pasting a question in the live chat over and over again, you're going to be ruining the chat for everybody else. So I apologize. You'll be muted for the time being. Now, our next question coming out from Caleb says, for running back, we have Saquon, Connor, Brees, James Cook, Robinson, Mostert. For receiver, we have Amari, Ayuk, Osborne, Davis, Downs. We have Kincaid and Laporta. Who do we start at wide receiver in a flex? And who can we trade for a wide receiver? So if we have Kincaid and Laporta, I mean, obviously both these guys look like top 5 options at tight ends, but we don't want to play one in the flex. So what I would love to do is if you really wanted to go out there and trade for a wide receiver, and now that we have Laporta already through his bye, let's go send Dalton Kincaid and Brandon Ayuk, or Dalton Kincaid and Amari Cooper, and let's go get an elite level wide receiver. I think that's the move that we would look for. And then in terms of who we're starting right now, we're going to go Saquon, Saquon, Brees Hall at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Amari and Ayuk. And then for the flex, we will go ahead and we will most likely play James Cook here with a good matchup against Denver. Long term, probably looking at James Conner, though. Now, Terrence says, start Gibbs or Walker. We're going to go Walker, and then Addison at the flex. Yeah, I think you can go Addison over Gibbs at this point, considering the fact that we have a limited TJ Hawkinson, and on top of it, you have no KJ Osborne. So if you really wanted to go Addison, not going to fault you for it. Mike says, Dobbs, Dell in the flex, at PPR. Also, are we playing Chase today? Yes, for sure, play Jamar Chase. And I will go Dell over Dobbs in the flex relatively easily. Nobody says, should we start Myers or McBride in the flex? So Myers, brutal matchup going up against the Jets. Not excited about in the slightest. And I think you can be excited about McBride from a tight end perspective. But going back to what we're talking about all the time, I don't want to be playing a tight end in the flex. I think we go Myers. Widjo says, James Conner or Saquon Barkley in a full BBR format. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be the nastiest game you've ever seen with the Giants Cowboys here. Given the involvement as a receiver, however, I think you probably do end up just going ahead and playing James Conner, if we're going to be honest. I'm sorry, Saquon Barkley and benching James Conner. I apologize. Thomas says, we have Conner in the IR with the lineup locked. Hold to take a look at Keaton Mitchell or drop Mitchell and activate Conner. Oh, no, definitely drop Keaton Mitchell and activate Conner if you can play James Conner. Actually, no, you wouldn't need Conner in here for the flex. So if it's easy to just go through and wait a week, then yeah, you can just use the extra roster spot. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood this. Thought you were going to play Keaton Mitchell. If you're not playing Keaton Mitchell, then yeah, hold him. See if he turns in anything. Probably won't, but it can't hurt to see. And then afterwards, you can go through and afterwards, I mean, you could look to go ahead and cut Keaton Mitchell if he doesn't give you what you want. But it can't hurt to just use that extra roster spot and hold them for the time being. Now, Nelson says, PBR, we need a quarterback out of Geno and Stroud. Thanks. Thank you, my man. Geno, great matchup. Completely understand you wanted to go Geno Smith here. Still probably have to go CJ Stroud with how good he's been. Trevor says, good morning, full BBR. We got to pick one out of Boyd, Watson, or Romeo Doubs. We're going to go Christian Watson now that we have Jamar Chase good to go. If you had no Chase, I would definitely have said, let's go ahead and let's take Tyler Boyd. Michael Pittman, big reception, but there's a flag. Hopefully it stands. Lou says Stroud or Burrow. We will go Burrow over Stroud now that you have Chase. I'm not going to think about that one too much either, my friend. Now, Monroe says, two-part question. Dak or Purdy? Damn. Michael Pittman pass interference. That sucks. We're going to go Dak, and then we need 4. Debo, Connor, Jalen, Amari, Terry, Judy. So if we need 4, we essentially just need a bench 1. And if we are having to go through, oh no, yeah, we actually listed off 6. I don't know. We listed Terry and Judy both as the 5th option. But yeah, in that case, then I think we go ahead, and I think that we're going to be benching Jalen Warren for sure for one of these guys. For our other guy between Debo, Connor, Amari, Terry, Judy, I think we're probably going to be benching Jerry Judy. Even if I'm a little bit hesitant to go out there and call James Conner like a must-start guy his first week back in here. Now, Spencer says, a full BBR, we need help with our wide receiver slot and our flex. Who do we play between Hollywood, Olave? Oh my gosh, Gardner Minshew interception. Hollywood, Olave, Addison, and Rachaad White. We're going to go with Olave at wide receiver. And then for the flex, it's going to be down between Addison and Rachaad White. I think Rachaad White probably falls in that category. Just the workload's good enough where he's going to be a must-start guy each and every week. So you probably do end up having to go through and play Rachaad White here. Even if I'm not super excited about it. Because of the matchup. Now, S says 101, pick 2, Sutton, Singletary, Connor, Garrett Wilson. For sure, you're going to be playing Garrett Wilson. Between Connor, Singletary, Sutton, I think it's a little bit closer. I think we ultimately do go James Conner, even if I would rather wait to get some clarity. Jeremy says, would you trade Tank Dell for Devonta Smith in a full PPR after bye? 100%, yeah, I would go ahead and get Devonta Smith here, especially with the long-term injury that we have of Dallas Goedert, right? So if we have no Goddard, I think you probably do want to go ahead and take Devonta Smith. I mean, Tank Dell does look really exciting this week, of course, with no Nico Collins, but probably are going to get Nico Collins back in next week, or at least soon. Now, Colby says, Schultz or Gus Edwards at the flex. Full BBR format, it's going to be a little bit closer given the fact that Schultz is averaging fewer than 1 target per game so far this season. Sorry, Gus Edwards is averaging fewer than a target per game. However, with that being said, I don't want to be flexing a tight end. Schultz is in a good spot for a tight end, right? But ultimately, I think you still probably end up having to go Gus Edwards, even with no Nico Collins for Dalton Schultz here. Do y'all hear that bird? There's a bird right outside this window that is singing its little soul out. Dear God. Now, Garza's finest Habitacia says, Sam Howell, Trevor Lawrence, or Baker Mayfield, can't trust Lawrence again. Not going to fault you at all for that. And for that reason, if you wanted to just play Sam Howell, I think you can, my friend. I think you just play Sam Howell here. Yes, Chase is playing, and we should have more injury updates in about 15 to 20 minutes. I can go ahead and pull up, see if we have anything right now. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to see if we have any updated news here. Godwin is going to be playing. KJ Osborne officially ruled out. And outside of that, we have the last update being Jamar Chase good to go. But I guess you do have confirmation that Chris Godwin is dealing with an illness, will be playing this week. Which at least I was already assuming that, but maybe I shouldn't have been assuming it. Alex Snodgrass, always happy to see you. Let me go ahead and make you a moderator, my friend. No idea how you're not a mod as is. And if you're a moderator, don't feel like you have to do anything if you don't want to. I mean, if you do see someone copying and pasting the same message in the chat over and over again, and feel free to say, hey, knock it out. And if they don't, you get it, put them in timeout. If not, who cares? You do you, my man. But what's up, my guy? Standard Watson, Noah Brown, or Judy. We are going to go ahead. We're going to take Jerry Judy, even if Noah Brown obviously had the blow-up week last week. And then full BBR, we're going to go Gibbs or Javonte. Javonte, tough matchup here. I think we probably will just play Jahmyr Gibbs. And that if you are looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, this is a running back that's still behind the great offensive line and has the receiving down role for that full PPR league. Now, Zeus says, start 2, full BBR. Hopkins, Wilson, Deontay, Tank Dell. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Garrett Wilson for sure. And then between Deontay, Tank Dell, it's going to be up to you. Play Garrett Wilson, bench DeAndre Hopkins, and then can everybody spam the chat? Who are you going to start here? Are you going to start Tank Dell or Deontay Johnson? Spam the chat, Deontay or Tank Dell. Hey, stop that. Little girl scared. Dell, Deontay, Dell. Yeah, it does look like most people are playing Dell over Deontay Johnson here. Caleb says, is Connor good to go? Last report we got sounds like he will be. I will keep you updated, though, if we get anything else. And Jordan says, Hockenson or Taysom Hill. So obviously it's a little bit worrisome if you are looking at TJ Hockenson here on the snap count. We don't exactly know what the role is going to look like. With that being said, if it is a Non-PPR format, I think you can just chase the touchdown upside of Taysom Hill. However, in a full PPR league, I still am going to go Hawkinson. I mean, full PPR format, you also have, no KJ Osborne, no Justin Jefferson. So you do have a considerable amount of usage here. At least that's up for grabs. Hopefully Hawkinson's healthy enough to get it. We don't know, of course. But Paul says, if Chase is out, do we play Burrow or roll with Kyler? Chase will be playing, and we are going to go Burrow over Kyler, my friend. Also, should we play Sutton tomorrow or Dotson today with Curtis back? Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is a very difficult question where, to be honest with you, I don't know the correct answer of it. I think that you could almost go in either direction. Whatever you are wanting there, my friend. I probably go Dotson, as he has been the guy with the production as of late, but it is tougher now that you have Curtis Samuel in here taking targets. Now, Charles says, need to Montgomery, Brees, or Javonte in a half PPR format. I'm going to go with Montgomery and Brees over Javonte. I mean, with Montgomery, you should expect that Jahmyr Gibbs has you actually just had an easy miss from the Patriots kicker for a field goal. Easy miss. But anyway, you are looking at Jahmyr Gibbs still with the receiving down role in this offense. But Montgomery is running behind a great offensive line, in a great offense, has the red zone role as well, so has the touchdown upside. So I think you can go ahead and you can take David Montgomery here. Okay, I'll move this over. Zay says, Joe or Purdy? We're going to go Joe Burrow, especially now that we have Jamar Chase good to go. Ingram or Ferguson? We're going to go Evan Ingram. And then the Saints defense or the Vikings defense? I think the Saints probably have a better defense out of the two. What are they favored in this game? Let me go ahead and pull up the updated line that we have here. You have no Jefferson. You have a banged up Hawkinson. You have no Osborne. You have New Orleans favored by 3 points. I'm probably going to go ahead and I'll probably take the Saints defense, my friend. I think I'm going to go with the Saints D. Now, Richie, always happy to see you. Let me go ahead and make you a moderator, my man. Saying full BBR, we need a wide receiver 2 and a flex between Addison, Hollywood, Dell, London, White. This one feels tricky. Thanks for all your help this season. No, thank you so much, my dude. We're for sure going to go Rashad White for the flex, just given the guaranteed volume. Then between Addison, Hollywood, Dell, London, I agree. I think this is a tougher spot overall. I've gone back and forth all week now between Addison and Dell. I mean, I've been saying, oh, okay, well, Dell, you have no Nico Collins. Or Addison, you have no Justin Jefferson. Yada, 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 yada. The correct answer is I don't know. if I had to try to give you my best answer, I think we probably go Addison with a banged up TJ Hawkinson, with no Justin Jefferson, and with no KJ Osborne. Now, Cuban says full BBR start 1, Gus, Ford, or James Cook. Full BBR format, we are going to go James Cook with his usage as a receiver here, my friend. Okay. Now, Ahmed says, hey, Flock, need one, Amari Dotson or JSN for the flex. I will go with Amari. Amari's going to be in a very, very tough matchup here, though, in that I would look to avoid him if we can, but in this range, we probably can't. Now, Spencer says, full BBR, 4-point passing touchdown. Start Kyler, Goff, or Sam Howell. I think in a 4-point passing touchdown where the rushing upside matters a little bit more. Kyler Murray is definitely someone we could be looking at long term. I would say this week, however, I'd rather wait to see Kyler Murray produce before we have to put him in. So probably going to go ahead and take Jared Goff, who is playing in the game with the highest over-under of the week. Now, J. Ray says, need one running back receiver in a flex play out of these guys in a standard. Olave, Evans, Taysom, White, Gibbs, Hollywood. Our flex, we're going to go Olave. I'm sorry, wide receiver, we're going to go Olave. Running back, we're going to go Gibbs. When some people say standard, they mean non-PPR. That's what it used to mean. Now, a lot of people use it as if it means PPR. If it is a PPR league, we're going to go Gibbs and White. Non-PPR format, we'll probably go White and Evans. So I think that does matter there, my friend. And then I'm sorry, if you are copying and pasting the same question over and over again in the live chat, you are going to get muted for the time being. It just ruins the chat for everybody else. Okay. Now, next question coming out from Andy says, yo, appreciate you. Need a little help. It's a half PPR league where we have Etienne, Madison, Connor, Brian Robinson, Aaron Jones, Adams, Kirk, Boyd, McBride, Laporta. We need 2, 1, and 1. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. We're going to go with Etienne at running back. Alongside him, we'll go we'll go Aaron Jones. I apologize. We'll go Etienne and Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Devontae Adams and Christian Kirk. And then for the tight end, we're going to go Laporta over McBride. And then for the flex, we will go Alexander Madison. But yeah, I would rather play Alexander Madison this week in particular. Over James Conner until we get to see what James Conner looks like. And at the same time with Madison, obviously, we have no Cam Akers. Parga says full BBR, Gibbs, Ridley, or Addison for the flex. Not Ridley, it's either Gibbs or Addison. I really could go back and forth here. I do think that it's going to be up to you. And the true answer is I just don't know, my friend. I just have no idea here. Parker says Irwin with T out or Robert Woods. I think we're going to go Irwin. We'll go Irwin. Chris says, have BBR for the flex. London, Boyd, Dotson, or Sutton. I think we will go with Drake London. We'll go London. Patrick says, Irwin or Kyle Pitts for the flex. Full BBR. Oh, brutal. We'll go Irwin. We have Keaton Mitchell as well. Yeah, we're not playing Keaton Mitchell there, my friend. Mr. Ling Lang Jr. says, do we start Gibbs or Bijan? We have Eckler at RB1 and Pollard at the flex. We will go Bijan over Gibbs now that David Montgomery is back in here. With Bijan, while it's been extremely frustrating with him not having the receiving role, so not having the red zone role, he does still have the receiving role. He's still going out there and seeing 10 carries every single week, 4 to 5 targets out of the backfield every single week at the same time. It's probably have to make that call. Now, I need to text my girlfriend real quick to get me some breakfast. I am dying here, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know why I'm so hungry. I ate so much for dinner last night. Okay, Matt says, do we still play TJ Hawkinson? I think so. Obviously, it's very difficult to know exactly what him only being on the field in critical situations means. It's hard to know what we realistically should be expecting here, but I don't know. I probably go out there and I probably play him. I probably do. Michael says, pick one for the flex, full PPR. Myers, Dotson, Godwin, or Sutton. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Chris Godwin. Godwin, good matchup against Tennessee. Sounds like he is good to go. On the other end of the spectrum, I mean, if you're looking at Myers, it's just about the worst matchup you could ask for going up against the Jets. The worst matchup possible. Dom says, pick one, Godwin, Kirk, Addison, or Dell. Most people are going to go Dell over Addison. I think I'm going to officially go in the other direction. Like I said, I've been bouncing around this all week now. Obviously, a lot's been up in the air with the wide receivers hanging around them. But now that we officially know you have no KJ Osborne, you have no Justin Jefferson, and TJ Hawkinson is on a snap count, I think I'll probably go Jordan Addison over Tank Dell. I'll probably do it. Okay. And this game is possibly, I don't want to say the most disgusting game of the week, but we've had some stinkers. Obviously, we just got done with a Bears-Colts game. Let me see. What is, watching this game's different than actually seeing the box score. What does this box score look like? What are the points here? Michael Pittman Jr. has gotten there for you in a full PPR league. I have him everywhere in a not half PPR format, so he's only sitting with 9 points. Not great. Jonathan Taylor, not much involvement as a receiver so far, but he's had every single carry out of this backfield. Just the Colts offense has been horrendous. You have 148 passing yards. New England, you have 105 passing yards. Ramondre's gotten there. As a rusher, I mean, a receiver, you're definitely looking for more. As ugly as this game is, I'm kind of surprised to see that this many players have actually scored points. I got to almost assume that Ramadre would be sitting worse than this. And Damari Douglas has 45 receiving yards. You're telling everybody to bench Douglas, but I mean, he's doing fine. At least depending, of course, what your expectations were on him. Sam coming out, thank you. Says, Happy BR, need to choose one for the flex. Walker Jones or Taysom. We have Rashad Shaheed from one of my receivers this week. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. I would love to find a different wide receiver than Shaheed. I mean, these are great options for the flex with Walker and Aaron Jones. I'm surprised that we have to play Shaheed here. Happy BR format's going to be a little bit closer. Do you have a great matchup for Kenneth Walker going up against Washington? Full BBR league, the receiving involvement for Aaron Jones is going to matter a ton. Probably still going to go with Aaron Jones, even in a half PBR format. And then, yeah, you for sure aren't playing Taysom Hill. It's either Aaron Jones or Kenneth Walker there, really. Okay, Mac Jones, big run here, ladies and gentlemen. Move those legs. All right. Let's move this over. And our next question coming out from, I believe, Dees, who says, Madison, Godwin, Montgomery, Myers, Connor. We got to start two of these guys. I'm viewing Montgomery as a must-start player. I think that Montgomery is a running back behind one of the best offensive lines in the NFL with a great red zone role in an offense that's going to score a ton of points. So I think you have to go through and play David Montgomery. Now, in the case of Godwin, Madison, Myers, Connor, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher. If it is a full BBR format, probably want to be going through and playing Chris Godwin. In that full BBR league, obviously, he has the guaranteed target volume as well as a good matchup against Tennessee. If it is a non-BBR format, maybe if you think there's a little more touchdown upside with Alexander Madison, you could go in that direction. I do think it's up to you, though, my friend. I do think it's up to you there. Okay, so our next question coming out actually from GV says, traded Pittman and Gus for Pollard. Beautiful deal. It's a full BBR double flex 10-team league. We have Lamar, Lamb, Thielen, Walker, Bijan, Pollard, Andrews, Deontay, Ridley, Madison, Javonte. Yeah, this makes so much sense. Especially, I mean, with it being a 10-team league, right? It's just going to be easy for you to go through and find wide receiver depth here. So if you get an opportunity like this where you are able to make that pivot and you are able to get the better player for the starting lineup, such as Pollard, I think it makes a lot of sense. And at the same time, you do it with some nice timing where I think after this week, after Pollard smashes against the Giants, it's probably going to be much, much tougher to go through and trade for him. Okay. Ooh, perfect. I didn't check my email, but we have our designs ready for flockfantasy.com. I've been working my butt off, ladies and gentlemen, trying to make flockfantasy.com the best it can be. And I'll tell you one thing. We have a trade calculator dropping this week on flockfantasy.com. We have massive redesigns. We already had community rankings drop, and we are just getting started. Slowly but surely, this will be the best fantasy football site on the planet. With all your favorite people from YouTube. It's going to be a win-win-win-win for everybody. Okay, just want to see what these designs look like. Come on, hurry up, download. But Ethan says, start 3, Amari, Adams, Dell, Hollywood, Javonte Madison at PPR format. I think you have to go tank Dell out of these options with Adams and Amari having a brutal matchup. I think we're probably going to go tank Dell. Then if you're looking at my flex rankings, I had Davante Adams at 27, which was honestly too high. We should have had Adams lower than that. We had Hollywood at 36. Amari at 42. Javonte 44. And Madison 43. But this is a half PPR format where those running backs are going to be a little bit closer. I think we probably go Dell, Adams, and then between Madison, Hollywood, it's going to be up to you. So full BBR format, I'd say probably going to go ahead and take Hollywood, but I don't know in a half PPR league. So damn close. Honestly, I don't think you can go wrong. Okay. Parker says, Madison, Connor, or Bijan. We need to start 1 in a PPR format. Full BBR, we're going to go ahead. We will take Bijan Robinson. I mean, with Bijan, the red zone role has not been there, which is extremely frustrating. But he at least is getting 10 carries every single week. And on top of it, I mean, he's a running back that's getting 4 to 5 targets, right? So I think you can go with him. And Ramondre Stevenson hurt on the sideline right now. I mean, stretching out on the sideline. It doesn't look like it's anything serious. From my off glance, of course, I could be wrong here. But now, Hogan says, I followed your instructions. Bark for Bijan good. Very interesting, right? Because Barkley has the role you're looking for. He's in a much worse offense, but I'd say he has the better role, and at the same time, he's probably the better running back at this point in their respective careers. Now, with that being said, Saquon Barkley has the worst fantasy football playoff schedule of any running back in the NFL. Bijan Robinson, on the other hand, has the best fantasy football playoff schedule of any running back in the NFL. So to be honest with you, I think it depends on you. It depends on your team. If you need points for right now, you probably go ahead and you probably take Barkley. If you're thinking for the playoffs, you probably go ahead and you probably go Bijan Robinson. Said 4 and 5 and need to win a tight league. Also start 2, Pickens, Judy, Debo, Reynolds, AJ Brown. Or Ajo. Who's Ajo? Aaron Jones? Let me know what Ajo is, my friend. If Ajo's Aaron Jones, we're going to go Debo and Aaron Jones. But maybe I'm wrong. And then also Lawrence or a Kyler. I think rest of season, given the rushing upside that we have of Kyler, you could make the argument to go play Kyler Murray. However, if we're looking at right now, I don't necessarily think that's something that we're pumped to do. I would rather wait a week. Let's play Lawrence this week, and let's see what happens next week for Kyler. Now, Will says, Mayfield or Dobbs. I think we're going to go Baker now that you have no Jefferson, now that you have no Osborne, and that you have Hawkinson banged up. I'm saying you're playing against Lamar. Yeah, so we're just going to go Dobbs. I'm sorry, we're going to go Mayfield. BD says, non-PBR, Addison or Kirk. We're going to go with Addison, given everything that's happened in Minnesota. And then Sam Howell or Joe Burrow. We're going to go Joe Burrow with Jamar Chase good to go. Probably would have gone Burrow regardless, though. Sam says, thanks, bye week from hell. Other wide receiver options than Shaheed are Shakir, Dobbs, Reed, Reynolds, Irwin, Hodge. Not great options. Definitely not great options. I think I would strongly consider playing Romeo Dobbs, though. I mean, Shaheed does give you the upside, obviously, in a dome, yada, yada, yada. You could make a strong argument for Shaheed here. I don't know. My thought process is, well, at the end of the day, he's had 6 targets over the past 2 weeks. Can everybody please spam the chat? What wide receiver do you start here? Shakir, Dobbs, Reed, Reynolds, Irwin, Hodge, or Shaheed? Please spam the chat. What side are you going? I mean, what wide receiver are you starting? Who are you going with? Irwin, Reed, Irwin, Dobbs, Shaheed, Dobbs, Irwin. Irwin, Dobbs, Irwin, Reed, Shaheed, Reed. So it looks like everybody's all over the place. Throw a dart at the dartboard and just go with whoever you want. I don't think it matters too much here. Kevin says, I'm sure it's been asked 100 times, but I'm somehow haven't asked this, but Saquon or Brian Robinson today or risk Keaton Mitchell? Do not risk Mitchell. We are going to go ahead. We will take Saquon Barkley. 100%. I understand where you were coming from in that this is a nasty spot where we're not super excited about either. We will go Saquon Barkley even if the matchup is horrendous. Now, Lama Drama says, PBR, we need a receiver and a flex. Deontay, Ridley, Amari, and White. We're going to go with Deontay and White with how bad the matchups are for the other receivers. Iconic Thug says, is Hawkinson a start or injured or Jonnu Smith? We will go Hawkinson over Jonnu. I'd rather have 50% Hawkinson than 100% Jonnu. And would you start Stroud, Lawrence, or Kyler? We are going to go with CJ Stroud, even with no Nico Collins here, my friend. Next question coming out from Rawlings says, Dell, Hollywood, or Javonte in the flex in a full PPR format. Full PPR league, I think we are going to go ahead and we're going to take Tank Dell. As he says, 1-8, 10-team PPR. We have Lamar, Kamara, JT, Watson, Godwin, Otten, Kirk, Debo, Flowers, Douglas. Offered Higgins, Mitchell, Rice for JT, Douglas. Also offered Stevenson, Lockett, Nico, Charbonnet for JT, Kirk, Debo. Okay. You want JT here? If you're 1-8, you have no business trading for an injured player in T. Higgins. Yeah, we want JT on both sides. I mean, JT is getting legitimately every single thing in this Indianapolis Colts backfield right now. It looks damn good while doing so. I don't think we want to be moving on from Jonathan Taylor. Now, BT says, no Butker and Chiefs defense. Two receivers, Olave, Ayuk, Kirk, Addison, Flowers. We're going to go with Olave and Addison. Running backs, Ramadre, CMC, Hunt, Mitchell. We're going to go CMC or Ramadre. And then we do we leave 2 open slots or drop 2 for DST kicker? Drop Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason, even if we have Christian McCaffrey, and go pick up a backup Go pick up a DST and kicker that we can play. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but please don't overthink this. You can't afford to go out there and just completely punt here. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Chaz says, Hockenson or Kincaid? I'm going to go Kincaid over Hockenson, with Hockenson being banged up. Now, Captain Roy says, Hawk or Schultz, with the limitation on Hawk today. We will go ahead. We will take Dalton Schultz. Schultz, great spot. Obviously, he has been productive. And at the same time, with Dalton Schultz, this is also someone that has the injury to Nico Collins, where he should heavily be relied upon in this offense. Okay. 1 second. I'll be back in a second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm sorry about that. We are back, though. And our next question coming out from, I believe John says, sit 1, Kincaid, Hockenson, Alexander, Madison. Here, never really wanting to flex a tight end. I think that we can safely say, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's bench TJ Hockenson, play Dalton Kincaid at tight ends. And then we're going to be flexing Alexander Madison with no Cam Akers in this offense. Okay. Now, Llama Drama says, Mason missed Adams, Deontay over Adams, and flex White. Yes, we're going to go Deontay over Adams here, my friend. And then, yes, we will flex White over Adams as well. Augustin says, Auden or Jonnu Smith. Now that we have Drake London good to go in this offense, I think we can say, oh, okay, well, let's go ahead and let's take Cade Otton here. And the game froze for me. Is this just my computer, or is this a bigger issue? Okay, we're back. We're back. And another field goal attempt. That's great. The game's 7-6 and it's about to be over. Super exciting. Camo says, I put Taysom in at tight end. Are we going to go Kincaid or Sutton at the flex? None of the above. We're going to put Kincaid in at tight ends, and then I'll probably go Sutton for the flex. Unless it's a non-PPR format. Non-PPR league, and go Taysom over Sutton for the flex spot. Just for whatever you do, please make sure you are playing Kincaid. Adam, happy to see you, says Boyd or Irwin, full PPR. I'm going to go Tyler Boyd. I mean, these guys did split the target volume. Last time you had no T. Higgins, where it does look like they're probably going to share this role. But we do have the larger track record of production with Tyler Boyd. It seems like forever now that Tyler Boyd was a very solid option in fantasy. But at one point he was. Obviously, can't really fault him for not doing much when you're playing alongside Chase and T. Higgins. Okay. Now, Judy 2-Tap says start Shaheed or Watson. So Christian Watson is someone that I drafted a lot, and trust me, I wish I did not. But with that being said, still probably have to go through, probably still have to start Christian Watson over Shaheed, even if every single week the man gets injured. Seems like he can't stay healthy. The issue with Shaheed is you're in a bad offense. You're the fourth option at best, at least from what we've seen. He's had 6 targets combined over the past 2 weeks. He's averaging 3 targets a game. So, yeah, I'm not super pumped about Shaheed here. It is up to you, though. It is up to you. Okay. Now, Marky Mark coming out saying, Kyler versus Atlanta or Goff versus Los Angeles. Goff was just dropped in my league. So I think Kyler does have more upside given what he can do as a rusher. However, coming off the torn ACL, very difficult to know exactly what that type of rushing volume is going to look like. And at the same time, if you were looking at the game environments here, you'd have the highest over-under of any game in the NFL for the Detroit Lions and Los Angeles Chargers. So I do want pieces in this game. We haven't seen Kyler Murray all year. So I would go ahead and I would take Jared Goff over Kyler. Now, Heincred says, start Laporta over Gabe, Garrett, or Kirk. Tight end optional. I really never want to start a tight end in the flex spot if we can avoid it. However, I think if you're looking at the range of outcomes for these players, you probably have to go through and you probably have to start Laporta over Gabe Davis. No. I mean, I think both players have similar ceilings. And I think is Laporta ever giving you a 0 here? Is he ever giving you a goose egg? Probably not. Now, Adam says Kamara, Diggs, Burrow for ETN, Adams, and Howell. I was offered that in a full BBR league. Do I take it? You said I should talk to the ETN owner last night. So Kamara to ETN, give me ETN. Diggs to Adams, give me Diggs, and then Burrow to... It seems like your league mates are trying to screw you, my friend. Kamara just has way more value than this. Like, we had Kamara as that sell-high guy about 2-3 weeks ago, and he's coming off the games. I mean, where he's leading the NFL in receptions with like 3 games played. But realistically speaking, you're probably going to need to sit on your hands here. I don't think we can go through and make a move like this. You're significantly downgrading our quarterback, significantly downgrading. And I understand we have multiple QBs in this league, if I remember correctly. But still, I don't think you're getting nearly enough value here if you were to go through and make a move like this. Okay. Now, Micah says, Hollywood or Deontay this week? I'm going to go Deontay Johnson over Hollywood Brown. Like, I am excited to see Kyler Murray in here. I just don't want to overstate, like, what expectations should be for Kyler. Like, if we're going to be realistic here, it's not like Kyler Murray is going to project out to come in here and just absolutely crush immediately. Now, Fabian says 7-2, 10-team BBR league. Opponent is tied first with me. Do we start Stroud over Herbert, also Dell or Amari? I think we are going to go Dell when you have Nico Collins out of this game. Dell should have a considerable amount of, I want to say, safe target volume. But if you're looking at Stroud versus Justin Herbert, please make sure you are starting Justin Herbert. I mean, you do have a considerable amount of injuries to the wide receiver core for Herbert. But at the same time, with that being said, this is still someone that is averaging like 20 points per game, right? So I think you probably got to go with them, to be honest. And ladies and gentlemen, I am doing these underdog drafts right now as well. And y'all know I drafted a ton of Lamar Jackson coming into the season. This week, Lamar in these weekly drafts is going like QB4. For good reason. Horrible matchup. Game environment really bad. Incredibly low total here for Baltimore, Cleveland. But I found myself drafting a ton of Ravens. Ton of Ravens. Ton of Mark Andrews. So I will let you know, even if it's a very tough matchup and should be a low-scoring game, at least according to Las Vegas sportsbooks, they're telling us the Browns-Ravens will be a low-scoring game that we shouldn't be excited about. Your boy's heavily invested somehow, one way or another. And I am massively rooting for Lamar Jackson to have 2 rushing touchdowns. Give Lamar 2 rushing touchdowns. Somehow let David Njoku have a good game. Somehow let Amari Cooper have a good game. Even if more likely than not, it's not happening, it would really help your boy out. The Dark Knight says Kincaid or Andrews. With that being said, obviously we're not super excited about the game environment. We will go with Dalton Kincaid, though. I'm sorry, we'll go with Mark Andrews over Kincaid, even though Kincaid looks great. And then between Purdy, Deshaun Watson, we are going to go with Brock Purdy over Deshaun Watson because of that game environment. I mean, you have the Cleveland Browns with the second lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. And Brian says, full BBR, Connor or Jacoby, and then also Dell or London. We're for sure going to go Dell over London. Not going to think about that one too much. Which, I mean, if you want to think about it and have some fun with this, can y'all imagine how good Tank Dell would be with this Houston Texans offense? It would be a dream, but it's not the case. Drake London would be in that Houston Texans offense. But he's in Atlanta, so we're going to go Tank Dell. And then Connor or Jacoby, probably going to go ahead and just take James Conner, with Myers having a horrible matchup against the Jets. But ladies and gentlemen, I know we haven't said this in like an hour, but less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. What are you doing? Please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us out. I mean, today is day 199 of us live streaming every single day in a row. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you do it now. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Garrett Wilson and CJ Stroud special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Stroud and more than less than half a total yard for Garrett Wilson at the same time. So make sure you are taking advantage. Now, Crazy Legs says, start to PBR, Connor, Ridley, Jordan Addison. So Jordan Addison, must-start guy here. I mean, just considering the target volume he has with everybody banged up in Minnesota. Between James Conner, Calvin Ridley, it is tough. Full BBR format, typically we're going to opt to go with the receiver, the guy with the passing volume, which should be Calvin Ridley. However, given how bad the matchup is going up against the 49ers, if you wanted to pivot to James Conner, I'm not going to fault you at all for that. I think I probably go with the receivers in a full PPR format because typically I like to wait a week until we get that starter in coming back from an injury, right? I'd rather see Connor before we have to go out there and start him. Now, Eli says full PPR starter, running back, receiver, 2 flex. We have Bijan, Gibbs, Montgomery, Javonte, DK, Dell, McLaurin. So full PPR format here. We're going to be a little bit more inclined to go ahead and see if we can get in the running back that's going to catch the ball. I think Bijan Robinson does have a very safe projection as a receiver going forward. I probably still play Jahmyr Gibbs based off this being that full PPR league. And then we have DK, Dell, McLaurin also to choose from for the flex spots. It's a full PPR format where we kind of want to go with the receivers. DK is in a beautiful matchup. I think we have to go DK for one of these flexes. And then after that, you have a lot of flexibility with however you want to take this. If you wanted to go through and you wanted to say, play Bijan Robinson, I'm not going to fault you for it. If you wanted to play David Montgomery, I'm not going to fault you for it. If you want to play Tank Dell, not going to fault you for it. All I would say is probably not starting Javonte there in that range. And what I would do is probably not what you should listen to. I probably would start Bijan Robinson, but also I'm an idiot. Now, M. Knight says Taylor, Heineke, or Sam Howell. We are going to go Sam Howell unless the weather is like horrendous. If the weather just looks okay, let's go ahead and play Sam Howell here, who does look like 2019 Jameis Winston at this point. Mac Jones, I believe red zone interception here. How bad is Mac Jones? What is the official stat line now that we have? $19 pass attempts, 170 passing yards. Oh my God. Jonathan Taylor jumps up, being carried by 4 people. But yeah, Mac Jones, just horrendous. Now, Elite Henry says, hey man, Gibbs or Montgomery, happy BR, rest of season. Full BBR, give me Gibbs. Happy BR, I'm sorry, non-PBR, give me Montgomery. Happy BR, I don't know. Probably. I think in the short term, Montgomery. In the long term, probably Gibbs, as we would assume that the rookie gets better as the season progresses. No? At least my base expectation is that the rookie gets better as the season goes on. Okay, Austin says, Taysom or Jerome Ford in a full PPR league? I'm going to go, oh my gosh. I think Jerome Ford has the higher ceiling. Sorry, Jerome Ford has the higher floor. Taysom has the higher ceiling. I probably go Taysom, knowing how bad the matchup is for Ford here. Memphis Bears has spread super thin in a super flex with Hurts, Tua, Tyreek on bye. We need a flex between Brian Robinson, George Pickens, Dalton Schultz. Thanks, man. Thank you. Not that bad here. I mean, I think we can go ahead and we can play Brian Robinson. Obviously, Brian Robinson hasn't been great, but it is what it is. Rusty says, full PPR, Taysom or Evan Ingram? We're going to go Evan Ingram in a full PPR. Amari, Ayuk, Olave, we got to pick 2. We're going to go with Ayuk and Olave, with Amari having a really tough matchup against Baltimore. Largan says, happy BR. I'm feeling a big game from Ridley today, but I don't know if I can start him over Olave, Wilson, or Adams, and I'm starting Lawrence at quarterback. If you were going to start Ridley over someone here, you would end up starting Calvin Ridley over Devontae Adams. You for sure can't start Calvin Ridley over Garrett Wilson. You for sure can't start him over Chris Olave. It is going to be up to you between who you want, Devontae Adams or Calvin Ridley, with how bad the matchup is for both players. Now, Richie says, should I start Hockenson or Ferguson? Tough spot, obviously, with Hockenson being banged up. I think Ferguson has the higher floor. Hockenson has the higher ceiling. I personally will go ahead. I'm just going to roll the dice and start TJ Hockenson. By no means is it something that we can feel super, super confident with, but I would do it. Okay. Now, Garrett says, Kittle or Jerome Ford for the flex in a full PPR? I think Kittle has the ceiling. Ford has the floor. Thing is, I want to play Ford over these tight ends at that flex. The issue is you just have the second lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week, only out of the Giants. It is a brutal matchup going up against the Ravens here. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you play at the flex spot? Are you going to go George Kittle or Jerome Ford? George Kittle or Jerome Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Kittle, Kittle, Kittle. Yeah, everybody's saying Kittle pretty much. I mean, I don't have a good answer for it because typically just never want to flex the tight ends. Also, it'll be a much tougher spot with Deebo Samuel coming back in. But it is what it is. You can do it if you want. Now, Jim Bin says, pick one, Tank, Ridley, or Dotson. Thanks, Space. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go Tank Dell over Ridley and Dotson with no Nico Collins in here. Michael Pittman with another reception. Michael Pittman just target hog at this point. Let me pull this up. What is the reception mark for Pittman? It's not going to help us a ton in Underdog since he's not scoring a touchdown today. But yeah, if you played him in a full PBR format, you'll at least get 14, 15 points. And what was a disgusting game, right? Disgusting game, getting 14, 15 points out of Michael Pittman, not a bad thing. If you're looking at Jonathan Taylor had 23 carries. Comparison to Zach Moss at 1. Zach Moss, 0 receptions. Jonathan Taylor, 24 touches compared to Zach Moss at 1. Ramondre and Zeke split the backfield. I mean, you have 35 rushing attempts compared to 20 passing attempts in this offense for New England. Demario Douglas does get there with 75 receiving yards. So, yeah, I mean, we're telling everybody to bench him. Probably not the best call. Typically, just want to bench everybody in New England, not named Ramondre. And Ramondre gets you double-digit points, obviously not much. But full BBR format, maybe it gets a little bit better here. If you have a little garbage time 2-minute drive for New England, maybe get a Ramondre dump off or two. Okay. Plan B says JSN finna go off for real. Can everybody spam the chat? Call your shot, ladies and gentlemen. Who is a player that most people are overlooking that you think is going to go out there and have a great week? Let me know in the live chat. Who is everybody overlooking here that they should not be? You got Drake London, Powell, Boyd. This is honestly a good answer. I know this is a boring answer. In these Underdog weekly drafts I'm in right now, a player that I've been mixing in the last round, just as a little bit of a unique piece, is Devin Singletary. And that if you look at Singletary, last week, I didn't start him at all because I thought, oh, Mike Boone's probably going to split the backfield. It's probably going to be a running back by committee no matter what. That didn't happen. Obviously, Devin Singletary didn't do anything in fantasy just because, I mean, the way that this game went, where you had an incredible amount of just passing attempts in Houston. But what we ended up seeing is Devin Singletary kind of take over this backfield by himself and not really share it with anybody here. So I walked away from last week, even if Devin Singletary didn't have too many points, more comfortable calling Devin Singletary a start than the week prior. So, I mean, Robo says Tank Dell. Everybody's expecting Tank Dell to do great. I mean, I think everybody here is starting Tank Dell. I'm talking about someone that's on everybody's benches that may actually do something. Ooh, Bailey Zappi coming in. Oh, this is going to be exciting to see. Let's see it. Now, Gamble's House coming out says, we have a high floor, high upside team. Starting week 15, starting as a 15-point favorite. Should we go Adams or Addison? I think Addison's floor is good enough to help me get there, but I need the GOAT's advice. Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. And yeah, I'd probably actually go through and I'd probably go Jordan Addison. Because here we're definitely going to be a little bit more concerned about what we have with the floor, right? And I think the floor is going to be much higher for Addison than it would be for Davante Adams, where Adams obviously just has a horrendous matchup here. So I think it does make a lot of sense to just go through and get in Addison with a banged up TJ Hawkinson. And with no KJ Osborne, no Justin Jefferson. He's going to have the target volume as well. Now, Gavin says full BBR for the flex. Madison or James Conner? I'm going to go Madison this week. James Conner long-term. Just Madison, you do have the guaranteed target volume here, right? At least in my mind, that guaranteed target volume means something. Lone Lion says, God for Stroud. We're going to go Stroud. And also sit Adams and play Tank Dell. I've been saying it now since you had Nico Collins ruled out, but as crazy as it sounds, yes, I think you play Tank Dell and bench Davante Adams. And if you look at the Underdog pick'ems right now, they have Davante Adams at about 55.5 receiving yards. They have Tank Dell for over 60. So you probably have to go Dell. Young Lock says, Sup Mason, should we start TJ with confidence with a limited snap share? Or should we hit the waiver wire for a tight end with either Musgrave? No, honestly, I think we start Hockenson. I don't want to say to start him with confidence, if I'm going to be honest with you, my friend. I think you reluctantly start him, but you probably have to start him, and we're just kind of stuck with it. But yeah, I think ultimately he is the guy that we are going to be putting in here. Tommy says, help again, Hockenson limited or Trey McBride. I am going to go TJ Hockenson. Now, the thing with Hockenson is I think they could get away from him easier if you had Justin Jefferson playing. If you had KJ Osborne playing. But you don't have anybody here. You have TJ Hockenson, Jordan Addison, and that is it. So while we should be concerned and while we should be nervous about TJ Hockenson, I still think that this is going to be someone that we have to go through and play over Trey McBride option. Abomination says, Moss did much better than JT as all season. Why would the coach choose to downgrade? They would have a better record winning this season with Zach Moss. I do not think that is true, if I'm going to be honest with you, my friend. And the Colts win the game off a Bailey Zappi interception. GG, ladies and gentlemen. GG, Patriots fans. But, yeah, I mean, we said it all along, but it's clear when teams pay a running back, they intend to use said running back. If they're giving Jonathan Taylor $42 million, do we think that they sign him to that deal and then turn around and go, you know, it'd be fun to do? Let's continue to use Zach Moss. No. It's just simply not going to happen, you know? So I don't think it should be that much of a surprise that Zach Moss isn't really getting used, my friend. Now, Ben coming out, thank you, says, how's it going, Mason? Are you flexing Gibbs or Connor this week in a full PBR? Appreciate it, my man. Keep up the great content. Appreciate you. I am going to go Gibbs over Connor. If you are looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, full PBR format, he has the receiving usage, obviously great offensive line. I've drafted him in a lot of underdog drafts this week, so I'm hoping he does well. And yeah, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day with James Conner, think it can't hurt to just wait to see what we get, right? I mean, we wanted to wait 1 week. Is that going to hurt? Probably not. Now, Nathan says, flex Cook, Gibbs, or Ayuk, where we have White as RB2. Full BBR format, I think we're probably going to go Gibbs. Mark says, Calvin Ridley or Jacoby Myers. I will go Ridley. Really tough spot for Myers against the Jets. Joel says, Keaton Mitchell or Tajee Spears. I will go Tajee Spears. I believe Underdog has Tajee Spears for 40 yards this week. Keaton Mitchell at 20. And then Pitts, Judy, or Noah Brown. We will go with Jerry Judy. Really not wanting to play a tight end in the flex. And then Tony says, who should we put in the flex, Ridley or James Cook? So one thing that I really haven't figured out, I mean, it looks like we don't have clarity on it, at least from no trustworthy sources that I see. But really want to know, like, are we going to get, probably not going to figure this out, but what's the situation with Leonard Fournette? If Fournette plays, I think you can say, oh, go Ridley. It's going to be a 3-man running back by committee in Buffalo. But as it stands, looks like there's a good shot you have no Leonard Fournette, right? So in that case, probably want to go through. Probably just want to play James Cook. A great matchup against Denver. Dude Jazzy Jess says, happy BR pick 2. Addison, Debo, Ridley, Javonte. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. Then we're going to go with the receivers. We're going to be going with Addison and Debo Samuel. Not super excited about the matchup for Ridley going up against San Fran. Andrew says, start 2, Adams, Ford, Sutton, Amari. Appreciate you, Mason. Appreciate you. Brutal matchups for these guys. Hopefully they're able to overcome them, but I think we probably end up having to go through and start the wide receivers. I think we have to go with Devontae Adams and Amari Cooper here. Like I said, I understand why you wouldn't want to. It is a horrendous matchup, but I don't necessarily know if we're going to be able to get away from it in this range. Now, Robles says, we got CJ from the waiver wire. What are good trade options for Stroud? We have Hurts, Barkley, Taylor, Olave, Gabe Davis, Hockenson, Javonte, Pitts, Watson, Swift, Warren, Dotson. What I would be looking to do is I would love to package CJ Stroud with a player like Saquon Barkley and pivot over to Austin Eckler, pivot over to Travis Etienne, pivot over to a top 5 running back that's not in an offense that's completely falling apart here, my friend. I think personally that's what I would be trying to do. Now, Max says, hey, man, 7-2 because of you. Dell or Jason in the flex in a 14-team league. Really appreciate you, my friend. And I do think we are going to go ahead and take Dell. Dell, you have no Nico Collins. Should be in a really good spot to go out there and continue to play well. And at the same time, if you are looking at what we have with Dell, it's coming off a week where he had all the volume in Houston, right? So I think this is an exciting offense. He has an exciting workload in said offense, given the injury to Nico Collins. Now, Lone Lion says, Hawkinson or Schultz for a tight end. Schultz matchups seems like it's money. Yeah, and I'm not going to follow you at all if you want to go ahead and take Dalton Schultz here, because Schultz should see the consistent target bump that you're going to get with, say, Tank Dell as well in this offense, right? So if you wanted to go through and bump up Schultz, not going to follow you at all and take him over TJ Hawkinson, who looks like he is going to be a little bit limited in this game. Now, Hans says, full BBR, pick 3 receivers: Sutton, Judy, Irwin, and Myers. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Myers, Sutton, and Judy now that Jamar Chase is good to go, my friend. Next is coming out from SS, says, full BBR, pick 2. Singletary, Gabe Davis, Jerry Jeudy. We don't know who to trust. We have Josh Allen, if that helps. Thanks for everything, Mason. No, thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Devin Singletary and Jerry Jeudy. If you were a big-time dog, I think that you could go ahead and you could go with Gabe Davis. Obviously, Gabe Davis, incredible ceiling, very low floor. But at the same time, I mean, if you are sitting here and you have Josh Allen, I mean, you are correlating your lineup, you're raising your ceiling while maybe lowering your floor. But that is something that we could look to do here, my friend. Now, Inception says, in QBL, should we fire up Kyler in hope or go Levis against the Bucs defense? They gave up 470 last week. I'm going to go with Kyler. The reason being is if you look at Levis, it's a quarterback that I was hoping had rushing upside. He really hasn't. He hasn't shown us much rushing upside at all here, at least in Tennessee. So I'm not super excited to go through and play Will Levis. While Kyler's probably not going to run the ball as much coming off the torn ACL as you would usually expect from Kyler Murray, still think we play him over Levis. And Alex says, have BBR, we need to pick 3. 1 running back, 1 receiver, and 1 flex. We have Connor, Cook, Javonte, Amari, Deontay already at JT, and Hunter Henry play. We got the good week from JT, the bad week from Hunter Henry. We'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, obviously can't do much about it now. For our running back, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take probably Javonte Williams with the guaranteed workload. If Leonard Fournette does not play on Monday, then you can pivot to James Cook if you wanted. For our wide receiver, we're going to go Deontay Johnson. And then you know what? Honestly, for our flex, we're just going to go with the other running back. I really don't want to play Amari here. Just in that if you are looking at Amari Cooper, this is a wide receiver with arguably the worst matchup that you can find going up against a red-hot Baltimore defense. Tony says start Sam Howell or Kyler. Thanks, man. Thank you. This week, I think we're going to go Sam Howell and wait until we actually get to see Kyler Murray, right? I mean, once we see Kyler Murray, then maybe we can go through and we could change our mind. But I think we go Howell for now. Now, C. Johnson says PBR, receiver and a flex, Godwin, Addison, and James Cook. We're going to go ahead. We will take Godwin and Addison in a full PBR format where they do have very safe target projections. Yoshi says 12-team, 5-4 double flex. We need a quarterback and a flex. Dobbs or Purdy. We're going to go ahead. We will play Brock Purdy now that you have all the injuries in Minnesota. Shakir, Dobbs, or Keaton Mitchell, who has the higher upside. I think that Joshua Dobbs in a full PPR format will have the higher upside out of these players. With Keaton Mitchell, I understand the excitement. Obviously, when you have a young rookie, especially an undrafted free agent, we all want to root for undrafted free agents, of course. We want to root that they defy the odds. When he does have that spike week, I understand why you'd be excited. But at the same time, he is in a running back by committee. Not only is he in a running back by committee, but he is going up against one of the tougher defenses this season. Okay, so Gypsy Sports says, will Kyler be fine to start, or should we go with Lawrence? I'm going to go Lawrence his first week back in. I mean, with Kyler Murray, this is a quarterback that obviously has rushing upside that we can be excited about. But I just don't necessarily think we need to rush ourselves into Kyler here. Definitely want to roster him, and I think we can reevaluate this going into next week. But for the time being, let's plan on Lawrence. Joe says, would you start the Buffalo or Saints defense? Buffalo is favored by about 7 points here. The Saints favored by about 3. Obviously, we have seen Denver's offense implode at times. So honestly, I'm going to go ahead. I will take the Buffalo defense. Zach says, really trying to figure out starting Dell or Amari. What does Mace, the fantasy football ace, think about these two? Appreciate you, my man. I think that I can make a strong argument for Amari Cooper rest of season, given the lack of competition that he'll have in Cleveland and the longer track record of production. However, if we're looking at what we have with this week, you have one of the toughest matchups you could ask for. Not only do you have a brutal matchup for Amari, but Nico Collins is out for Houston. So I think we do have to go Tank Dell over Amari. Now, Sammy Boy says 14-team non-PPR. We need to pick 2 to flex. Najee, Warren, Godwin, and Hollywood. We're going to go ahead. We will take Godwin in Najee Harris. If it was a PPR league, we would for sure go Hollywood Brown, though. We'll go Najee, though, if it's a non-PPR league. Now, Bullish Snipe says 14-team full PPR. Start in the flex, Flowers, Singletary, or Curtis Samuel. We're going to go ahead, and I know this is going to sound crazy. I'm going to start Devin Singletary. Singletary showed us that he's going to have the majority of the work in this backfield. Not only did he show us that, but at the same time, with Zay Flowers, he has a brutal matchup here that I would probably look to avoid if we can. See, I think it's maybe an easy spot to kind of bench Flowers this week against the Browns. I mean, start a running back in a good offense that's going to have the guaranteed role. Now, Thin Blue Line says, Happy BR, who should we flex? Gus or Singletary? I'm going to go Singletary. No, we're going to go Gus, Happy BR format. I will say very tough matchup for Gus. We'll be in a running back by committee. Not going to catch the ball, but he's been so damn good. Great offense. Already starting Lamar and Andrews. Do we roll with 3 Ravens versus the Browns? It's close. You can pivot over to Singletary if you really wanted to. But I don't know. Gus Edwards has scored like 6 touchdowns over the past 3 weeks, right? That does seem like it would be a little bit tougher to get away from. Okay. Let's move this down. Hogan says, are you sure about Lawrence versus the Niners over Kyler versus Atlanta? I'm not sure, my man. I mean, obviously, we are just giving you our best guess here. But I mean, if we are looking at what we have with the projections for these QBs this week, right now, Underdog Fantasy does have Lawrence at about 17.5 points against the Niners. If you're looking at what you have with Kyler Murray, their projection on Kyler, they have Kyler for 18 points. So they would say Kyler over Lawrence. I just feel like we're taking on a lot of risk for a bump in half a point with median projection, when the downside of Kyler may be significantly lower when we haven't seen him this year. So I don't know. Now, Captain Insano says James Conner or Alexander Madison. If we were to for sure have no Leonard Fournette, we're going to go Conner in a much better matchup. If Fournette were to play, I think you pivot to Alexander Madison with no Cam Akers. As of right now, I cannot find any reports on Leonard Fournette, though, my friend. So I think it's going to be up to you trying to find that report and seeing what we have. Now, Tyler, always happy to see us, says Mason, 12-team single flex. We have Mahomes, Taylor, Foreman, Chuba, Kupp, Higgins, Lockett, Dell, Andrews. Good offered Kyron, Khalil, Lamb, Waller for Andrews and Cooper Kupp. So going from Kupp to Lamb will be an upgrade. Andrews to Kyron will be a massive downgrade. And we are getting Khalil Herbert, Darren Waller to do so. And honestly, Darren Waller and Khalil Herbert not going to move the needle for me in the slightest. I would say if we're going to be the ones selling Kupp and Mark Andrews, I want a better price point if we are selling both these guys. So I'm probably going to hold and see if we can get a better running back. Because with Khalil Herbert, I think he probably splits the backfield with Deonta Foreman coming back in. Angel says, Hawkinson or McBride? I will go Hawkinson, even though it is scary. Ridley or Watson at wide receiver 2. We will go Calvin Ridley over Christian Watson, even with the tough matchup against the Niners. Now, Junior says, Hopkins or Bijan at the flex? I want to believe in him so bad. The thing with Bijan is you do have the floor where he's going to get you 10 carries guaranteed. He's also going to get you 4 to 5 targets out of this backfield as well. So in my mind, kind of think that we should go ahead. We should look to just start Bijan Robinson here and set up a prayer that he is going to score a touchdown. Now, GT says Matt versus Keaton Mitchell, respective floor ceilings. I think Keaton Mitchell has the floor to have 5 yards this week. I think he has the ceiling of about 50 yards. If you look at Keaton Mitchell, his underdog pick'em's at 20 yards. If y'all are really excited about Keaton Mitchell, don't scream at me for telling y'all not to start this guy. You can go through and you can take on underdog and win a bunch of money if you're right. I'm not saying you're going to be right, and I am not doing this, but if you are a big Keaton Mitchell fan, you can say he's going to have more than 20 rushing yards. I think he's going to be in a committee in a very bad matchup against the Cleveland Browns. And then I think Alexander Madison's going to get every single touch out of the backfields in Minnesota in a better matchup. So I'm going to go ahead. I personally am going to take Alexander Madison. Now here for the memes, happy to see says Noah Brown or Christian Watson, wide receiver 3. Very tough. I drafted a lot of Christian Watson this year. I wish I didn't. Obviously, Watson has just not been able to stay healthy in any single game. It is just the most frustrating thing imaginable. Still probably will go ahead and take Christian Watson here, however. Now, Victor says, do we start Evans or Henry? I probably will go Derrick Henry over Mike Evans. Henry does have a very tough matchup. Evans is a good matchup in this game. So if you wanted to go through and if it's a full BBR format, you could possibly go Evans. Non-BBR league, we definitely go Henry. Tony says, we have Bijan, Gibbs, Etienne, Walker, Montgomery across the few leagues. Which 2 or 3 do we start this week? And who to bench between these options, especially the running backs in Detroit? So we're going to for sure start Etienne. Not thinking about it for a second. Between Bijan, Gibbs, Walker, Montgomery, this is where it gets a little bit tougher. I think if you were looking at this as a non-PPR league, you're going to go David Montgomery for the touchdown upside that he has behind a great offensive line in a great offense. If you're looking at this, however, in, say, a full PPR format, then instead maybe you want a running back that is a little bit more of a receiving ceiling, such as Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan Robinson. As long as we're playing Travis Etienne, I think we're going to be just fine. And then the other running back spots ultimately going to come down to if we are in a non-PPR format, if we are in a full PPR league. And honestly, I think you can kind of do what you want there, if I'm being completely honest. Roble says start to Bijan, Pollard, Walker. I'm going to go with Pollard and Walker this week. Walker's in a great spot against Washington. And then also Puka or Amari rest of season. Considering the fact that I have a lot of Amari Cooper on my teams and I don't have much Puka at all, I really hope Amari outscores him. But in reality, probably want Puka based off what we've seen this year. And ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. Helps us out so damn much. I mean, we have live streamed every single day for, I want to say, 199 days in a row. Tomorrow's going to be day 200. But Sunday morning streams are going to be the most important for us. If you're ever hitting that like button, please do it now. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, if you think Christian Watson's going to have more than 3 receptions this week, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Garrett Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So make sure you take advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. But let's move this over to Mike says, are we worried about Godwin's illness? I'm not. I'm starting Godwin. I mean, obviously, I said the same thing a few weeks ago when people asked, are we worried about Bijan's illness? I went, no, I'm starting Bijan. Sometimes you're going to get hit, but I think we can roll with it. It'll take some Tylenol. Oli says, PBR for the flex, Curtis Samuel or Quentin Johnston. I will go Johnston now that we've had Jahan Dotson come along and you have no Joshua Palmer in Los Angeles. Carson says, Ferguson or McBride need the best floor here. Probably going to go Ferguson with that instance. We've seen the entire track record all season of his target volume. Sam says, Lamar or Kyler. We're going to go Lamar, and then Ford or Connor. We're going to go Connor. You really don't like the matchup for Ford this week. Adam says, who to flex, Saquon or Walker? Full BBR format, we're going to go Saquon. Non-BBR league, I think you make an argument for Walker having more touchdown upside. We already have Breece Hall and Tony Pollard starting. Yeah, so I think it does depend non-PBR versus PPR. PPR, I think we're going to go Saquon Barkley, even if it's a horrible matchup and should be a horrible game environment. Now, Hogan says, should we pick up Heineke, Baker, Derek Carr over Lawrence or Kyler? Nope, I'd rather have Lawrence and Kyler here. AJ says, Irwin or Watson for the flex. I will go Watson now that Jamar Chase is good to go. Clay says, pick 2, Adams, Boyd, Sutton. What you think? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Adams and Sutton now that we have Chase good to go. Going over to Boyd, I mean, he's going to split the wide receiver 2 duties here, right? And they are getting the tight ends a little bit more involved. Chase can just dominate in targets. Joey says, stash playoff Lenny or Travion Williams. Thanks. Thank you. I'm going to go with playoff Lenny. Just see if we get anything. I mean, I'm really hoping he's active this week. For my best ball teams, I'm hoping he's active, but I just don't know if he will be or not. So if he's inactive this week, we get no news for him next week either, then maybe we just go ahead and let him go. Derek says, flex pick 1, Ford, Sutton, Pickens. We already have Jones, Montgomery, and Walker starting. Happy to see you, my friend. Hope that you have a great Sunday. And I think we are going to go ahead and, oh my gosh, probably play Jerome Ford. I really don't want to. It's the worst spot imaginable. Really am not excited about it in the slightest, my friend, but I think we probably go Jerome Ford here. Now, Chase says, love the content, Brody, and obviously the promo for Underdog is always amazing. Thank you, my friend. Really, really appreciate it. And, you know, I mean, I've only worked on it. Realistically, how many times do you think I've said, oh, go use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season rankings and tiers? and a Garrett Wilson special pick 'em more than less than half a total yard. Can y'all let me know in the live chat, how many times do you think I've said that over the past 3 years? John says favorite pick 'em. Ooh, let's go ahead and let's find it. I honestly really like a few of them, all with one player, to be honest with you. That's going to be with a Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs, who burned us the last time we took a pick 'em on him. Last time we took a pick 'em on Jahmyr Gibbs, we took fewer than 100 total yards. He blew way past that. He almost had 200 total yards. I don't mind if you want to go Gibbs more than more than a touchdown, half a touchdown, you get 1.5x multiplier. I don't mind if you want the rushing yards, the receiving yards, the total yards. I think Gibbs is interesting. All there. Vinny says at least 500. If you think about it, I probably have averaged, say, during the football season, let's call it 6 times a day. We live stream every day. And 2 videos a day. So we're going to go 6 times a day during the football season. That's call it 220 days a year. I've probably done it for about 4,000 times. Somewhere in that range. 4,000. But Josh says, Waddle or Saquon rest of season stacked at running back. I like the idea of selling Saquon with how bad this offense is, but honestly, I need more than Waddle. I think we're going to go ahead and take Waddle here. Now, Tony says, trade Etienne, Watson for Pollard, Ford. Looking to buy low on Pollard for playoff schedules. Etienne seems to have a tough schedule upcoming. I probably wouldn't do this now. I mean, if you remember last week and 2 weeks ago, we were saying to sell Travis Etienne for Jerome Ford. Partly because the schedules and also because Travis Etienne hadn't gone through his bye week already. So you're going to get the extra week with Tony Pollard. And we were expecting this to be a very good offense going forward, yada, yada, yada. So y'all had heard me say last week and the week before, yeah, if you can sell Etienne and go get Pollard in a piece, let's do it. Now that Etienne's already gone through his bye, I'm not doing the deal. You know, now if we have an equal amount of games for these guys going forward rest of season, I'd rather have Etienne. Christian says, Godwin or Tank Dell. We're going to go Dell, and Laporta or Kincaid. We're going to go Laporta. All players are very interesting. Sir Barkley says Mason Algier or Watson. I'm going to go Watson, and then flex Gus or Madison. I know it sounds crazy. Assuming it's a PPR league where Gus is not going to get anything as a receiver, probably going to go ahead and I'm probably actually going to take Alexander Madison there. Now, Daryl says, have PPR Woods, Kyle Phillips, Christian Watson, Charbonnet. We got to start too. I think we're going to go ahead. We'll probably start Christian Watson and Zach Charbonnet. I have Robert Woods in some best ball leagues, so I hope he does well, but I don't necessarily think we can start him. Julia says Laporta or Hawkinson. We're definitely going to go Laporta. I would have gone Laporta even if Hawkinson was fully healthy. But now that you have Hawkinson potentially as a player on a snap count, we're going to go Laporta. And then Kyler or Dobbs. We will go Kyler over Dobbs with no Jefferson, no Osborne, and Hawkinson banged up. Go Kyler. Sam says, who to bench between Kincaid, Hawkinson, Addison, and Kirk? We are going to bench Hawkinson in this range with him potentially being on that snap count, my friend. Joey says, Dylan or Ford, full BBR, probably Ford. Yes, sir. Going to have to go Ford here. Not excited about it in the slightest, but probably just have to do it. I mean, A.J. Dillon wasn't even productive with no Aaron Jones in this offense. I'm not ever starting here A.J. Dillon again. Now, Dipset says, Spears, Charbonnet, or Reynolds for the flex. Happy BR. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you, my man. I'm actually probably going to go ahead and take Zach Charbonnet here. I mean, Charbonnet, you do have a very good matchup. He's had back-to-back weeks now where he's led the team in snaps at the running back position. Probably not going to be the case, right? There's a little more game environment plus the Kenneth Walker injury. But still, really good matchup against the Commanders. Now, Big Route Happy to see says, what's up, Mason? Tank Dell or Hollywood in a full BBR format? Let me know if y'all think I'm too high on Tank Dell, but can everybody spam the chat? Who are you going, Tank Dell or Hollywood Brown here? I probably am going to go ahead and take Tank Dell, But please let me know. Are you going to go Tank Dell or Hollywood Brown with no Nico Collins and with Kyler Murray coming back in? Guess what we got? Dell, Hollywood. Dell. Yeah, so it looks like most people are taking Tank Dell as well, my friend. Not the only one. Now, Kinson says, have BBR. Who should we start in the flex? Madison, Flowers, Addison, Tank, Watson, Deontay. Previously, I was saying Tank, but if we also have no KJ Osborne and we have no Jefferson and we have TJ Hawkinson on the snap count, I do think that we can go ahead and we can pivot over and probably take Jordan Addison, if I'm going to be honest with you. Patrick says, full BBR, Hunt or Keaton Mitchell. If you look at the underdog pick'ems, we already saw that you had Keaton Mitchell at more than less than 20 rushing yards. If you look at Kareem Hunt, they have Kareem Hunt at 23.5 rushing yards. Kareem Hunt's going to be more involved as a receiver as well. So in a full BBR format, I'm going to go Kareem Hunt. So I know it sounds crazy, obviously brutal matchup, and by no means would I ever want to play Kareem Hunt. But also at the same time, I do not want to play Keaton Mitchell in this matchup either. Now, Connor says we have 2 spots for running back, 2 spots for receivers, and a flex. We have Javonte Mixon, Bijan, James Cook, McLaurin, Deontay, Addison, and Ridley. So our running backs, we're going to start it off with Mixon for damn sure. Then between Javonte, Bijan, James Cook, we're going to go Bijan. It will be a little bit hesitant, but still, we'll do it. And then for our wide receivers, we're going to go Deontay Johnson, Jordan Addison. And for our flex spot, assuming it's a full BBR format, we will go ahead and we will play Terry McLaurin, even though Curtis Samuel is back in and good to go. Now, Ronnie says Algier or Noah Brown in a full PPR format. I mean, it's crazy to think that we are starting Noah Brown. I mean, I don't think we're just chasing this past week, right? Because ultimately, Noah Brown had been seeing target volume before. You have no Nico Collins as well, so you probably have to go Noah Brown. I mean, if you're looking at what we have over here with the underdog pick'ems for Noah Brown, I mean, they actually have him projected out for a considerable amount of volume here. I mean, it'll show up in just 1 second, but yeah, Noah Brown, 42.5 receiving yards, 43.5 total yards. It'll be more than Tyler Algier, full BBR format as well. Obviously, he's going to have more receptions, or most likely. Now, Austin says Geno or Kyler. We're going to go Geno this week, Kyler rest of season. And JSN or Zay, full PPR. Very, very tough. I do think it's up to you. I think JSN is the better matchup. Zay Flowers has had the more proven track record this season. Matt says flex a limited Hawkinson or George Pickens. We'll go Pickens. I mean, I just don't want to be flexing a tight end in general. Obviously, Hawkinson's a little bit of a different player than a typical tight end. But still, with him being on a snap count, not super interested. Now, Clutch David says, who wins DK for Madison and Gus in a double flex format? Probably the DK Metcalf side if it's a full BBR league. I think it really does depend on your team and your situation. Kevin says, pick 3 at BBR. Metcalf, Evans, Olave, Allen, London. I'm going to go with Keenan Allen, Chris Olave, and then we will go DK Metcalf over Mike Evans, with DK Metcalf having a beautiful matchup against the bad Washington secondary. Kai says full BBR, Deontay or Gibbs. Ooh. Full BBR format, probably Deontay Johnson. I do think Gibbs is a viable play, though, in a full BBR league as well, given his receiving usage. David says one only, Addison, Deontay, White, or Tank. Rashad White, really tough matchup. Guaranteed touches. White for the floor, Addison for the ceiling. Sal says, Hawkinson or Flowers today? We're going to go Flowers. Yeah. Don't want to be playing Hawkinson in a flex spot, ladies and gentlemen. I am still playing Hawkinson over tight ends such as like Trey McBride, of course. But if it comes like Hawkinson versus like a wide receiver 3, give me the wide receiver 3. Now, BH says double flex, Bijan, Aaron Jones, Deontay, and Addison. We're going to go with both running backs. I mean, while Bijan hasn't had a role in the red zone, which is extremely frustrating, and I really am hoping that this changes. At the same time, if you're all looking at Bijan, outside of his one headache game, this is someone that has had 10 plus carries in every single game, and at the same time, 4 to 5 targets every single week as well. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we got 10 minutes to kick off. I want to remind y'all, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. Today is day 199 of live streaming every single day. We will be live every day until 2024. So tomorrow, you better be there for day 200. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Garrett Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. But Shelby says, how BBR choose two? Pickens, Warren, or Ehrman? I'm going to go with Pickens and Warren now that Jamar Chase is good to go. I do think if I had to pick a wide receiver 2 here for this team, probably is going to be Tyler Boyd. Probably would be Boyd. Now, John says, pick 2, Boyd, Godwin, or Kenneth Walker. Yeah, we're going to be benching Boyd here as well. We will go with Kenneth Walker and Chris Godwin. I mean, ultimately, what you probably see is Jamar Chase dominate targets. And then outside of that, you probably see just an equal dispersion across a bunch of different players. Mark says, Goff, Hall, Pollard, St. Brown, DeMario, Douglas, Kincaid, Foreman, and then on the bench, Jefferson, Waddle, Mostert, Boyd. Just traded Walker and London for Mostert and Pollard. Walker to Pollard is going to be an upgrade. London to Mostert's upgrade as well. Phenomenal. I love to see it, my friend. I mean, obviously, we will be solid at wide receiver when we get Jefferson and Waddle back starting next week. Now, Adolfo coming out says, happy BR. Kamara's my running back 1. We need an RB2. Options are Pierce, Algier, Charbonnet, Mitchell, and Spears. Pierce isn't going to play this week, my friend. Between Charbonnet, Algier, Mitchell, and Spears, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Zach Charbonnet in the best matchup. Like we said, back-to-back weeks now where he has had the most snaps in Seattle. I still want Kenneth Walker over him, but we can start him. Julia says, keep Brian Robinson as a bench stash or Zach Charbonnet. I will have Brian Robinson over Charbonnet for now. I mean, if Walker were to go down, then I will say Charbonnet has a higher ceiling. James says, I'll consider Kincaid this week. We're definitely going to go Kincaid, my friend, but thank you so much for always being out with us. You know, I appreciate you. Jordan says, pick 2, full BBR. Watson, Moore, Taysom, JSN. Thanks. Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking, it's Rondale Moore, I believe, right? Yeah, because DJ Moore already played. So we're going to go Watson and JSN in a full BBR format. If it was a non-PBR league, I think we'd pivot off a receiver for Taysom Hill. Now, LeBronosaurus Rex says, roster Stroud or Kyler? We're going to go Stroud over Kyler Murray, my friend. It is crazy that one of those guys is going to be on the waiver wire, though. Eric says, non-PBR, we need a running back and a wide receiver. Mixon, Bijan, we're going to go Mixon. And Adams, Hopkins, Ridley, do you think Hawkinson will play? Hawkinson will play. The question is, to what extent? And for our wide receiver between those options, probably going to go ahead and play Devontae Adams. Not in love with it, though, with how bad the matchup is, but it's not like you have a great matchup for Ridley either. Yeah, and then non-PBR format, I think that you're not going to be nearly as excited about playing Bijan Robinson because his target floor doesn't matter as much, and the fact that he doesn't have usage in the red zone is even more concerning in that non-PPR league. But Howard says, have BBR for the flex. Amari, Madison, Ridley, or James Cook. Ooh, I think we're going to go probably James Cook. So if you look at the underdog pick'ems that you have for these guys this week, you have James Cook higher than these other players. Really, I'm going to be looking at the running backs, to be honest with you. James Cook currently is a running back that they're projecting to have almost 80 total yards against the Denver Broncos. I think that a lot of this does come down to what you are going to get if Leonard Fournette plays. That's probably too high of a projection, where even if it's a great matchup against Denver, still will be a 3-man running back by committee where I don't know if we can be excited about anybody. So if you think we have Leonard Fournette playing this week, I go Alexander Madison. If you think that Fournette does not play, you can go James Cook, given the projection that you have in the great matchup against Denver. But Evan says PBR first league. We got to pick one between Edwards, Myers, or London. Full BBR format. I'm actually going to go. I don't want to say it out loud. I may go London in a full PBR league. Edwards, running back by committee. Brutal matchup. Not going to catch the ball. Pick one: Sutton, Boyd, Samuel, Noah Brown, Dotson, or JSN. We're going to go JSN if that's Curtis. We are going to go Debo if that's Debo. And third league, Godwin or Johnson. We'll go Deontay Johnson over Chris Godwin. And then you probably don't want to get cute with it. You probably want to play Gus Edwards over Drake London. My thought process is with Gus Edwards, if the touchdowns aren't there, what is this guy? A running back's going to get you 40 rushing yards and 0 work as a receiver. So, I mean, if you remove the touchdowns from Gus Edwards, it's really nothing. Steve says start Ayuk, Debo, or Ayuk Olave. I will go Ayuk Olave, not necessarily so we diversify away from the 49ers offense. More so just because I think Olave is higher floor than Debo Samuel, and I'd rather have Olave straight up. Now, Varden says start 2 full BBR. Adams, Godwin, and Tank Dell. I think we're going to go Godwin and Tank Dell. I was too high on Devontae Adams in the rankings this week. Brutal matchup against the Jets. Now, Talent says pick 2 full BBR. Bijan, Saquon, Montgomery, Najee. We're going to go with Saquon for sure. Then Bijan, Montgomery. If it was a non-PBR league, I'm going to go Montgomery easily. Full BBR league, given the guaranteed target volume that we are going to have for Bijan Robinson, I think we can go Bijan over Montgomery in a full BBR format. You probably want Montgomery regardless with touchdown upside. Jose says Hill or McBride for tight ends, and then Kirk Amari for wide receiver. We're going to go Hill over McBride, and then we're going to go Kirk over Amari. I mean, I actually like Amari Cooper rest of season, and I drafted a lot of Amari, so I hope I'm wrong. I hope he has a blow-up week. Just the reality of the situation, the harsh truth is you're most likely not getting anything here when it is a brutal, brutal spot against the Baltimore Ravens. But Abomination says Boyd, Taysom, JSN, Noah Brown in the flex in a full PPR format. I personally am going to go ahead and I'm going to take JSN in the flex in a full PPR league. In that JSN phenomenal matchup against Washington, he has the target volume. Non-PBR league, I think you'd go Taysom Hill for the touchdown upside. And honestly, a smart person may go Taysom Hill just regardless. But I want to remind y'all, we got 3 likes until kickoff, so make sure you subscribe. And if you wanted to go through and say, Mason, you're wrong, the matchup's not that bad against Baltimore, the Browns are going to be just fine. If you wanted to take Deshaun Watson to have more than 13 fantasy points this week, you do that. If you want to take Jerome Ford to have more than, say, 59.5 total yards, you do that. If you wanted to take Amari to have more than 54.5 receiving yards, you do that. I am just terrified about this matchup, so I am not going to be doing so. But yeah, you can find that link down there in the live chat description comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match on Underdog Fantasy, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And it's not too late to get that Garrett Wilson special pick'em for Sunday night, more than less than half a total yard with code FLOCK as well. But Sean says, have BBR, we need 2, Amari, Watson, or Dotson. I'm going to go with Amari and Dotson and bench Watson. They all kind of sound the same, though. Sounds like we're reading Dr. Seuss here. Now, Ty Moore says, lads, Noah Brown, Tyler Algier, or Johnny Smith for the flex. Full BBR format, probably go Noah Brown. Non-BBR league, maybe make an argument for Algier. Now, Classy says, just making sure these people, Classy didn't spam over and over again. Perfect. Dell or Garrett Wilson. While I am excited about Tank Dell with no Nico Collins here, still have to go Garrett Wilson. I mean, his underdog pick him this week's like 9.5 targets. Jose says Madison or Gus Edwards for running back. GG. Appreciate you, my friend. Non-BBR format, you probably go Gus Edwards given the touchdown upside. Full BBR league, I'm going to go Alexander Mattison given the fact that he will have more involvement as a receiver. And then obviously no Cam Akers. Alexander Mattison should see every single touch out of this backfield. But I think that should be it for this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Kickoff is here. Hell yes. And I owe you a massive thank you for spending your Sunday morning with me. I really do hope that you have a phenomenal Sunday. I'm wishing you the best of luck. And yeah, of course, I'll be live. I'll be live tomorrow night for day 200 of live streaming every day in a row. And then we will be getting you a video tonight recapping all the games. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. And I really hope I get to celebrate 200 days of live streaming with you tomorrow after the Monday night game.